I was curious what a really efficient start in Motortown looks like after playing 450 hours. So I am testing a fresh character and kind of mapping out a simple way to progress quickly. And this is a work in progress as I'm testing different options. I started yesterday. And we'll see how it goes today. But this should give an idea to a more experienced player to get started quickly, or even for a new player to give that roadmap in how to get started. If starting quickly is what you want in a slow-paced sandbox game. But this is recorded live, so anything including fails is possible. Yesterday went totally planned, no computer crashes or anything like that. But yeah, let's get started. So this is my main character, and I've been playing for 450 hours. I have kind of afford and do everything in the game I want, and I've been having a blast with this latest update, and this character is not going anywhere. We'll see if the hairstyle sticks, or will we find something else. But yesterday I did a first iteration of this perfect start, the power playing or power start to the game, and this is what I achieved in 7 hours. There was a lot of waiting there. So I want to do another iteration with lessons from yesterday and see where we end up. But this is something that I'm shooting for, and you can expect to achieve in just a couple of hours into the game. Again, if this is something you want. I think Motortown is a game that you enjoy on your own pace. You do what you want. You discover things. You kind of have that natural progression from the smaller trucks into the bigger ones. But if you as an experienced player or new player want to jumpstart into the end game vehicles, if you will, this gets you to drive almost every vehicle in the game with these stats. Because in Motortown you are limited by money, partially, because you don't need to buy, you can also rent. But you are more limited by the profession levels. The taxi driver, the bus driver, trucker, and wrecker. So we are not touching the racer, we are not touching the police, and the driver level, the generic level, kind of happens over time, because that is just getting kilometers or miles under your belt, and it comes up as you just play more, basically. But let's create a new character, and towards the end of these bodies, you will have the options that have alternate hairstyles. These older models don't at the moment have in 0.7.18, but I will play as Uncle Zemalf today. So let's go with that. Okay, I will be Uncle Zemalf then, and we'll start a new run and go for as quick. Well, maybe not. Well, it is as much of a speed run as a slow-paced gamer like me can do. So we will get to this as fast as possible. But as we know, slow is smooth, and smooth is fast. So let's go. Let's get started. A little trick in the beginning is to set out your fires to very high, now that we have that option. That can give us a little bit of starting money early on. That worked out nicely yesterday, although that money is not really needed for this start. We're gonna skip most of the in-game tutorial, as kind of we have our own path here. But I will pick up that hitchhiker as it gives me driver experience. Not necessary, but I'm gonna do it anyway. The first thing I'm gonna do is rent a dory wrecker. And when we rent vehicles, we pay a rent that happens every 10 minutes. That is in the top top right corner you see 9 minutes. That will tick down and we will pay a little rent, but we keep all the profits we make with this car. So that's why I pick this up from here as I drive up north to the Dasa Harbor. So we get the marker there for the hitchhiker, and I will set my own waypoint to Dasa Harbor. And while here, I will check what we have available here. I am looking for a pongo or something else that's relatively light and easy to tow. We can also check those when we get there, but I will just abandon those jobs as I know that those are not the kind I'm gonna take. I nearly fell to my side. That would have been a fantastic start. Getting this dory wrecker, this is not a great driver. I'm gonna put the siren on, it's silent. But, and I forgot I have a hitchhiker on board. This guy could hang out with me and we could drop them when we come back. It actually would have been a hilarious idea now that I came and think about it. But let's drop the guy here. So a hitchhiker doesn't pay you money, but it gives you driver experience. Can help you get to the driver level 2 really quickly if you want, but we're gonna achieve that by just getting to Dasa Harbor and back. Because with that driver level 2 we could already drive quite a lot of more vehicles than we are able to drive now, including a bus that we're gonna do then after this. The starter vehicle Tuscan is actually pretty decent to drive. This dory wrecker is not, but it is a little powerhouse when it comes to towing vehicles, and it has this winch, and wrecker job is a whole lot of fun in the game. In the case of this quote-unquote perfect start, we're gonna do vehicle deliveries because they are consistent, and consistency is important to us right now because we want to level up those professions 9 times from level 1 to level 10, but we don't want to hit level 11 because Motortown has 5 times multiplier to the experience up to level 11, so 10 or lower. What that means is that you gain 1 profession level in the taxi driver, bus driver, trucker, wrecker when you earn 10,000 coins. But with that 5x multiplier, it happens with every 2,000 coins. And this is something that we, let's call it exploit, that mechanic. We're gonna level up to 10 in all those professions and then do 1 job that pays as much as we can find in the world. Because we still get that 5x multiplier to that work because we start under level 11. And with that we can get from that level 10 to level 66, 67, 30. Whatever it is, how much money we can make on that 1 job after hitting level 10. And while I could rely on RNG and look for wrecker jobs, these vehicle deliveries are always available in Dasa Harbor, so I will get them from there. With the taxi driver, we are reliant the most on RNG, kind of when we get to that. But for the most part, what I'm going to do today, after yesterday's practice, and try to do it better, is to go through the things that you can always do, but this is not the exact thing you need to do. But it is something that I've now been researching that what could be the most efficient, consistent way to do this. And this is very, very largely based on Raging 413's guide on getting 400 plus levels in 3 hours that they did at some point last year. That's more or less when I learned about this 5x multiplier even being a thing. Okay, these are not the cars I want. So we're gonna do a Jedi mind trick here and make these ones go away. Okay, I love those buses. This is a Townie bus, or Townie. It's a little bit heavier than Bongo, which is this. So I am looking for, just for consistency, something around 4,500. So these are all going to Gwangjin. And 4,500 is more and less perfect, because if we level up 9 times, every level up requiring 2,000 coins, that will we need to earn something between 18,000 and 20,000. And when we are doing a record job, if we don't damage the vehicle, we get paid little bit more than the base payment is. A little bit more than double. If the car is damaged 8%, the payment is double. So from that we can do the math that if I do 2 jobs that pay 4,500, a little bit more, not 44.99, but if I do 2 jobs that pay 4,500 and I on purpose damage the car 8% both times, I will hit exactly 18,000. So we will be aiming for about 6% damage for both of these deliveries, and that will get me between that 18,000 and 20,000 earned. And I'm taking things quite carefully here, because you can easily turn this car to its side, but these Bongos and the Townie and Townie bus are very easy to tow in a way that they don't take damage. Of course, normally we would like to deliver this with 0 damage and get paid as much as possible, but here with this strategy I want to control the amount of money I make so that I stay under level 11. And as we picked up one hitchhiker that gave us a little bit of driver experience, we're gonna hit driver level 2 in the way back here, just in time for the next step, which will be driving a bus. While doing this first job, if you or one of you are new to Motortown, the wrecker job is really good to get started with, even if you do it just a couple of times like we're gonna do, because it's gonna give good money, and then it kind of gives you a feeling how different it feels to drive a vehicle when you are towing something, whether you have a trailer or you are towing something like this. And because we want to keep this driver level 2, we want to keep this undamaged in general. We're gonna damage it on purpose in just a moment. You kind of a good moment to learn kind of to drive in smooth lines. Kind of any sudden movement you do can jerk the vehicle you tow kind of suddenly, and the same principle will come in play when we are soon driving the bus and the taxi with comfort level. Not to be confused with vehicle power mode comfort. We are currently in the sport mode. We have drift and comfort and sports. Because with the comfort mode, we also need to drive smoothly. And the biggest thing to that one is to take the corners kind of not sharply, or just slow down enough when you are taking the turns, like I guess a normal person would drive. That intersection here, if you take the same route when doing this, is really difficult because, as you can see, the front tires are a little bit up in the air because we have weight in the back. And that means that Dory Wrecker does not want to steer as much. And also, braking is a little bit harder because we have 2 tons tied to our bottom. So taking these corners here as we are closing in, again needing to keep that I don't want to make the towed vehicle escape me. So I'm slowing down these corners, which can kind of, because they go back and forth, they kind of put that momentum into the trailer or towed vehicle. But now I want to accelerate a little bit because there's a nice little bump up ahead, which could damage this car for about 3 or 4%. Just so that I don't need to damage the car coming back all that 12% I want. I needed to slow down there, sadly, because that car was there. Trying to hit these ones a little bit. Let's drive over this one. And this thing is too good to tow. We learned this yesterday. Unless you drive like a madman and kind of make it leave the tow hook, this thing is really hard to damage. Let's see if we could hit that. That's 4%. Okay, that is a little bit too much. This is part of the testing process. I really need to figure out a way how to consistently damage that in a safe way. The same thing happened yesterday. Okay, I'm gonna do that again, but skip most of the explanation and cut here. Alright, we are back after a cut, and now let's see if I can get some speed for this part. I was not able to get enough speed. Okay, then I will go with the strategy that I will bump it with my vehicle a bit. I think that's the most consistent way of getting a little bit of damage on it. Also, wait a minute, if I unhook it, will it cancel the job? Okay, now I have an idea how to do this consistently. Part of the process, and now be so careful not to damage this unintentionally now. Or no, I want to damage it, but So what I will do is I will bump into this with the Tuscan very carefully and try to get it. So I think even like 8% damage would be great. So working out on that consistent method of how to damage it a little bit, because if we deliver 2 vehicles with 0% damage, we would be okay. I will do very carefully, 10 kilometers per hour. The car dealership guys looking at me like, what the hell? Oh, perfect, 5. Okay, so that's how you do it. You bump into it with Tuscan. That's the consistent way. And then I will damage the second tow a little bit more. So there's almost 10,000. So it was actually 4% damage that is showing there. So this means I need to do just a fraction over 8,000 on the second go. But if I do exactly the same, that would be under 20,000. So we still wouldn't hit level 11. The problem, if you can call it that, with hitting a higher level is that we are trying to aim for exactly level 10 and not hit level 11, because when you hit level 11 you lose the 5 times experience multiplier. So this is the kind of power play strategy that we are doing. We're basically leveling up to 10 and then doing a massive payment job to jump from that level 10 to like level 50. That's the whole thing. Okay, I will take a backup save here, just as I'm working on this kind of guide. Because that went really well. Is this the strategy game for players that say, I don't want to actually play the game, let me skip it all so I can finish it in record time and brag to my friends? Kinda yes. I think most of all this is a guide for people who want to start another character, I would say. All right, let's do that again. Let's take this one. Let's this time not crash it there and not forget the take on time bonus. Not that that's happened. This is first try. Let's start there, and but let's not pick up any passengers. Because there is a risk of overshooting the level 11 if you do 2 trips and you do get comfort and you do get on time bonus. But I have worked out that you can transfer 15 passengers, so 2 full buses and 1 passenger. And if you get 16th passenger, then you need to, for those passengers, not take the on-time bonus. Because the on-time bonus is 30%. That will overshoot the level 11. So in my case, kind of for accuracy, I want to hit level 10 exactly. But for the bus, or for any of these shops, it is completely okay to stay under level 10. As long as you don't hit that level 11, so that we keep the 5x multiplier. Still no comfort. If we don't get it, then that kind of guarantees that we stay under level 11 with 2 trips. But we do want to take that on-time bonus for the full bus. What makes this a little bit inconsistent, this route, but we are limited this one. Because the other route would be in Jeju, we don't want to go there. And such that here in the beginning, we can't drive anything but this until we hit bus level 2, which we will get when we deliver these passengers. Because depending a bit in which stop the passenger jumps in, they give a little bit different money. It kind of averages out for the whole route. And again, I'm not opening door if you notice. All you need to do is stop, is to reset the timer. Those guys are having a standoff. Okay. How about you ladies give comfort? Hey, there we go. So now that at least one of those passengers were like, hey, I like comfort, we get the meter on the bottom. That we need to be careful with, not brake too hardly like I almost did there. As long as that dot in the middle of the circle does not hit the edge, you don't lose comfort. And each of those dots is 20% bonus payment. And with bus, how it works, that as long as there's one person in there who likes comfort, you get bonus for everyone on board. So just stopping at these stops to reset the timer. You need to stop at every stop, but you don't need to open the door. In case we would like to specifically control the number of passengers. But if someone wants to stop, then we do need to let them go, and that's when the timer matters. So that too early there is a timer to this bus that we would need to hit if someone wanted to step out. And as this is a retake, I accidentally went to the terminal stop at the very end that we are heading to too early. And because the on-time bonus is 30%. It's basically same as 1 star in taxi urgency, which we will get to later. It is pretty significant, both experience boost and, well, it's money boost, and because it's money boost, it's also experience boost. With the comforts, kind of as long as you don't have too much speed and you take corners like super smoothly, it's relatively easy to keep the comforts, and different vehicles are better at it than others. This one is relatively easy. Okay, but now I'm just carefully there waiting for the timer, and I'm not gonna go close so that I don't accidentally reverse into it. And as soon as it hits on time, now it's okay to go. And for this first trip, for 7 passengers, with comfort, we get paid about 8,000. Just take a screenshot of that. For my own sake, kind of testing this out. So that is 5473. Then we have the on-time bonus, and then we have the comfort bonus. So that was 9,305. So if we do exactly that twice, that is 18,600, which would be perfect for hitting that level 10, but not 11. But we got the 1 passenger on board who luckily don't like comfort, so it's fine. And for consistency purposes, just in case someone who we pick up later here on this second route also wants to step out, I will try to deliver this passenger early, so that I don't get the on-time bonus for this passenger. And as long as you don't get 3 passengers from the terminal, which has not happened for me ever, as long as you get only 1 or 2, and you don't deliver them on time, you will not overshoot. But what you can also then do, if you would get more, is that you don't pick full bus afterwards. Okay, we don't know where this person wants to leave. Well, now we do. Okay, so now I want to go there early and not get bonus for this trip. There we go. So we get 360 experience, but we didn't get the bonus. We only have 1 passenger, so another thing with RNG here is that you might not get full bus, but as this is now, I think this is already like the 10th time I'm doing this route here, testing this, and second time on this run, of course. I have never had this bus not fill here, so let's see how it goes. And it would be nice to get a comfort passenger as well, but let's see. If we don't, that's fine. It is still showing the comfort meter. but we don't have the comfort bonus active. Very quiet in here. No one on this either. Well, we were skipping a lot of passengers in the last stops, so we should have them there. So when you pick the route in the beginning, it shows the number of passengers on the route. Yeah, this is most quiet the start has been. Last stops, let's see if we find a comfort passenger here. There we go, we do. So now, if we get 4 more passengers and get a full bus here, we should hit more or less perfectly the right amount of experience. But there is a chance that some of these people jumping on board would want to step out before the terminal. And then, because the experience works in kind of a way that when someone jumps out, you get the experience. So then, in case of this route, so if more than 2 persons would have wanted to step out, we had 1 from the terminal, I would not pick the 8th passenger, which we actually don't have here. Okay. So we didn't get a full bus for the first time. So we, in the end, delivered 14 passengers this time. And because for kind of, let's call it safety reasons, I didn't pick up on-time bonus for the solo passenger. I think we're gonna stay just under level 10. Which is okay, as long as we don't hit that 11. Okay, too early, on time. Let's see, 9 or 10.
Thank you very much.
9. On the top left, we have the meter. So I could leave it here, but I will need to drive this whole thing if I do this. You know, but I will do it. I want to hit that level 10 to kind of get that, but that was unlucky run. What I could have... So it's so hard to know because some of them can jump off in the middle. If I had taken on-time bonus for that 1 passenger, I would have made it. So which one is better? So now I actually take this 1 passenger and then I drive past every single other one. I would say this is 100% extra. That 9 would already be good. Especially because it's effectively level 10 already. But kind of for absolute min-maxing purposes, we would be... This guy does want comfort, so that's 40%. But single passenger is not gonna overshoot me, because I would need to earn more than 2,000 to go from... So we are now like level 9.9 almost. But since 2,000 coins with that 5 times multiplier is 1 level, we would need to get 2,000. And one person pays about 1,000 with all the bonuses. So I could lose the comfort bonus here, so I don't mind it too much. But I will still try to keep it because that will give me... We're gonna go to like level 10.5 in bus driving. But again, this is the only time I've not been able to do it with 2 trips. And again, if I've now explained it many times, but here our goal is to hit high levels in all the professions using the 5x multiplier, and that's why I'm avoiding getting too much money now. Right, Elika, hopefully everything goes well. I do drive here for like extra 2 kilometers or so. This will go towards the driver experience. But kind of with the routes I have been planning here, we would hit the levels when we need them. Also, kind of the faster you would hit level 10 in the driver, the better, because driver level 10, the kind of the, let's say, generic level. Faster we get there, the faster we could set up a company. And the faster we could drive the dump truck. We can drive and all that, but it kind of all works out. And for that, we also need some long drives to get that experience. Okay, there's gonna be some complaints at the bus company because some new bus driver called Uncle Zemalf just went and drove past everyone in the stops with this one guy on board. So there we go. We got a little bit over 1,000 and we are on that level 10.5. Next step, taxi license. And this is where the biggest RNG for the game, for the start, let's say exact route comes in, starts to play in. But with the taxi license, now over time, we will try to get ourselves over 18,000 coins, but not go over 20,000. Again, to stay under level 11. So let's see what we have available. I would really like urgent ones. I think default settings are like this, that you see everything, but I will take urgent ones. And let's see what we have. That goes there and back. It's pretty nice. We don't want to do the long ones. Let's see what we have in the comfort ones. If I would get one that goes to Jeju like that, I will take it. So that's one I will drive. So now we first get there and can then get the passenger. And then drive them there. With the comfort, this car has 2 comfort points. We will get 40% on top of the payment. With urgent, we have a chance to get 5 stars. And each star is 30% bonus. So with 5-star urgency, if the passenger wants to get there urgently, we would be getting 1.5 times the payment. And if there would be an urgent comfort passenger and you were able to keep the urgent, you could get 1.9 times the reward with this car. Different cars have different comfort rating. I always mix up those signs. The guy is actually starting from Jeju. Let me check that again. Oh, that guy would have been so much better. Maybe actually that guy might have appeared now. Oh, that is actually really good. 5400. That will give us like 6000 or so and quite a lot of driving. I will change to that one. I will not take that path. I will go on the scenic route. The ocean. White ocean. And at some stage as we are driving here, I will stop at the supermarket and buy myself fire extinguishers. Now that we have firefighting in game, and in this update we have gotten the fire extinguisher. That is a good chance to get some early money, because at minimum with 500 coin fire extinguisher we can get 5000 first responder money. So at any supermarket, at least some other vendors sell them as well. But we don't need the flashlights. We're gonna leave that there, and I'm gonna buy 4 fire extinguishers. If we happen to stop by a small fire, we might even have a chance to stop it completely. It was this guy. There we go. Hit a speeder. Hey, chaos. So let's go pick up this passenger, and but we are starting the taxi stops. We are currently level 1. Okay, there's the fire. How timely was that? And this is so small that we're gonna get the money. Nice. We don't really need this money, but we're gonna get there. So there's the 5000. That would already be great. But this fire is so small that we're actually gonna get the extinguish money for this. Ooh yeah. Ho 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 ho. 22,000 baby. Hell yeah. Easiest money you can get in the beginning of the game. Fantastic. You can't throw the fire extinguisher away, so I had to wait it there. Well, that could have not been timed better. Thank you, RNGesus. That's why we buy the fire extinguishers. Is there any consequences of speeding? At the moment in the game, very minor. Police can give you a fine, but they are actually so easy to avoid that you don't need to pay them. And you're basically paying like 100 coins, which is nothing no matter what stage you are in the game. But maybe later they will make them more significant as the game keeps on evolving. On a multiplayer server, which I have not talked about today, on a multiplayer server other players can be police, and but I think the fine is still the same. It's still that small one. So in a way, very little consequences. I think the consequences should be harsher. For the sake of example, here we go. So I could stop for them. They are really bad at chasing, like really bad. What you can also do is you can surrender, as the it's actually behind my camera, but it's saying that you can surrender by pressing R. So we can press that and basically pay the fine. So we got 100 for speeding and 100 for driving in the opposite lane for too long. But as said, I think those penalties should be much harsher, or at least have this sort of let's call them hardcore options that you would play kind of play according to the regulations. Okay.
Thank you very much.
5400. So That would be 540, 2000. I'm thinking about what is the 40% bonus for this. Not that it matters because this one is the first one. But now I'm gonna drive smoothly, and that probably also means we're gonna stay under the speed limit. But I'm trying to do these very smooth turns so that that comfort meter stays off the edges. So if that little ball in the bottom center, if that hits the edge, I would lose comfort bonus. And since every one of those comfort points is worth 20% extra money, in case of this car too, maximum, I want to keep them. If we lose them, that's fine. It's just gonna be less money for this guy. Might give me a wrong way penalty. Thank you for not crashing into me. I was trying to take the corner too smoothly and wasn't keeping my lane. If another police sees you, it kind of refreshes that meter up on the top left. I'm driving too carefully, and because I'm driving so carefully, I'm driving more dangerous than I actually am, or should. There are police cars, especially these fast ones, so there is this sort of more sporty police car. Those tend to try to slam into you, so that's probably the worst consequence. Kind of harsh for a little bit of speeding and 100 coin thing, but yeah, I think there should be an option to make the fine much harsher. Could be percentual based, just like we have in Finland, based on your income. So if you, towards the end of the game, when you have like 1 million or 5 million, you would have to pay like 1 million fine. Then it would actually start to sting a little. And then it should be in a way that they know it's you if you run away from them, and then next time they catch you, you would need to pay more. So you would need to stop for them. Again, as an option. Because this is a game where you can play the way you want, it's a sandbox. And usually driving under the speed limit it actually gets you there fastest, or gets you there to begin with. I almost lost the comfort point there. Because usually like driving carelessly is what causes you to lose control of the vehicle, and well, we already saw it today with the tow job I was doing. That usually slow is better. And oh, we got another fire. Okay. Our fire spotting RNG, my wait a minute, like, can I leave the car? I can leave the car with these guys in. Yes, I can. Just wait there, sir. Fire RNG has been really good today. So this is what we want at minimum, get the first responder, but we spotted this fire so early. So we are actually putting it out. Okay, I'm getting a little bit too lucky because that's a 40,000 I've now gained from the fire extinguisher investment. We don't really need that money, but as a little tip when you are starting out, that is very much worth it to carry fire extinguisher just for that 5,000, and then occasionally you get lucky like that. But also I did kind of, as I'm doing this sort of power start, I did set the fires to very high so that happens often. So that's maybe the little, everything else here is like solid strategy, but setting that fire to very high, that's a little bit on the exploity side, if you will, but as we are trying to be as efficient as possible, I think that's good. Okay, let's keep in mind that we made that amount of money, 7,667, so we can still make 10,000 and about 400. And as long as we don't make more than 11,400 and hit 20,000 total, we are fine. So we are looking for, it's nice to get an urgent job here. Do we have anything nearby? Okay, we have another comfort job. And it actually takes me to Jeju. Let's see. If I could now, so if we need to make 10,400, if I would find job about like this and do it fast and urgently, this almost gets me there. Now, but since that is in Gwangjin, we can teleport to that one. That's our only teleport spot at the moment. Let's see if we can get that. Yeah, this one will be really good and good example of urgent job as well. So because this base, okay, before we start this journey, let's do the math so that I do the right thing. So 4,000. Let me see, if I do 3975 and I do it with 4 stars, that would be 120% bonus. That is 8,745. And then I would do, if I would be able to keep the comforts, 3975 times 2, that would be 8,000. So I can do this with full points, meaning 1.9. No, wait a minute. Now I'm thinking this wrong. Math not correct. We actually need to do it 2.2. 2.6. Okay, 2.6 is almost what we need. Can I do the comfort bonus? Okay, I should have used a spreadsheet for this so much faster. Okay, if I get full comfort bonus, that would overshoot it. So I can't. So we'll shoot for 4 stars. If I lose the comfort, I would be okay with it. We would do a small taxi job. But if this works, we would get done with 2. Where were you going? You are going to Seongsan. Okay. It's true, the city part here is a little bit difficult with the turns, but after this we get kind of on the open road. And keeping comfort is way easier. As an example, if we do a little bit of a jump like that, the jump itself is completely okay. I nearly hit the light post. Jumps are in general okay for comfort. it's from the turns and kind of sudden stops or accelerations where the comfort losses. Why is this so difficult now for me? I should just kind of drive relatively relaxed, and if I lose that comfort, it's fine. Don't want to do too sudden movements when I'm on top of those things. But again, I'm actually not in a rush here, because if I keep like about 100 kilometers hour, I'll probably hit that 4-star rating, which I now want. Because five times would be too much money. Because each of those urgent stars is worth 30% extra. Meaning that if I would do that whole thing, I would be getting a 1.5 times bonus. Which in a case of about 4,000 payments is would make the total 10,000. And then 40% bonus from the comforts would shoot me over. Okay, now the situation changes because I did lose the comforts. But I think I will play it safe and get that. Okay, that guy's speeding as well. I almost lost another point of comfort there as I did a little bit of a sudden movement. This will probably leave me just a little bit under level 10, so we're gonna do a very small job to get some 1,000 or something. And then when we are on level 10, as we are doing with all these jobs, then we're gonna do one that pays as much as possible to take advantage of the 5 times multiplier and get to super high levels on one go. Okay, a little bit too much braking there. I nearly lost second comfort point, which again, it would have actually been fine because we need to do one job anyway. But as you can see, hitting 4 stars is relatively easy. And this car is pretty decent for driving fast. A bit harder to drive comfortably, but pretty good for this.
Thank you.
Okay, so that got me to like 9.6 on the levels. Yeah, actually, I could have kept the comfort there, but that means that I can make about 2,000, and that would get me to 10.5. And I basically get, because I'm over 9.5, I can't do 3,000. So let's see what we get. Right now, so for example, I can't do this anymore. That's just a little payment. That overshoots it. Okay, we could do like a job for 1,000 with comfort, but this is asking for a limo, which does not work for me. And this is little bit too little. If I don't find one, is the police coming for me? No, not anymore. I will go to the harbor for another record job. And I will see if I can find a taxi job that pays 2,000 as I drive around a little. Get the police is back. I will pay their fine. I'm doing firefighting, Mr. Police. Speaking of firefighting, let's go buy a couple of new fire extinguishers, because why not? At the moment, as they have been added in the game, the fire extinguishers don't stack. Almost every other item stacks to 3 or 5, but kind of these usable items don't. Interesting. This guy does not sell fire extinguishers. That's good to know. Ah, Seongsan supermarket does not sell them. It's the first supermarket vendor I have stumbled on who doesn't sell them. I normally, and the default setting for the fires is fire chance is low. But since we are doing this power playing speed running start, that is a good way to get money. Very easy. But also a little bit random, because it kind of when do you get it? You might not see them, or it might not be small enough, but again, worth it just for that 5,000. I will turn the autopilot on here for a moment. When you are using an autopilot, you get only half of the driver experience, which is this generic one. We are currently at 5, which is already great. We want to be at 5, so we can buy a vehicle soon. That happens as you just drive more kilometers. But here, as I put autopilot on, I can actually look for taxi jobs at the same time. None have appeared. That would be good, but let's see if that changes. Yesterday I found out, as I started testing this efficient start, that you can't no longer exit to the main menu and have the taxi jobs reset. That is probably because company taxis were added in this update. But I found that you can kind of cycle the taxi jobs better if you move around. And I had really bad luck yesterday with the taxi jobs. There was a lot of waiting. Let's see how it goes today. This would have been great, but it's a limo job, and we can't get a limo license or limo yet. And I do wish they add a filter for the limo jobs in this one. Let's see if one pops up before we get to the harbor. If not, we'll do the record job part 2. We would be having great options for the big one. This kind of job, 38,000, but with urgency, is what we will be looking for when we are level 10. I'm now getting the kind of jobs I wanted as the first one, but not the one, not the kind I need right now. But I probably need to get these. I need to wait for these limo jobs to despawn. Then we're gonna hit it. But if we get to the harbor, so we are on the way there to pick up another tow vehicle, another vehicle delivery. Just going there with autopilot so that I can browse this. Would kind of want to take care of it, but if not, we'll just find this when we do the record job. Looks like not, so we're gonna do the last part of the taxi after the record job. And after getting the record to level 10 and getting the taxi to level 10, then we have trucking to do, which for getting to level 10 is very easy and very consistent. But we also want to do it after all these other things, because it takes a while. for that to happen. Okay, we do have a towny there, but there in the front we have a savanna, which I think I will prefer in this case. So when we are here, we can get a company wrecker. Normally, if you want to make money, you should always rent the vehicles. If we open the control panel and we look at the company in a car, we see that we will be paying 23% of whatever money we make with this car to the company owner, or this car's owner. And when we rent, we pay money every 10 minutes but keep all the profits. So unless you just need to get something done, you should always rent the vehicle. Let's make sure this goes to the right place. Okay, it is 4,500 more, almost exactly. And since 8% damage on the car is double bonus, that's probably what we will be aiming for. Hook it, and I like to raise the vehicle just a little bit off the ground and then a little bit more. Because normally we would want to not do any damage. Okay, but my wrecker level is almost 6. Like there's like a pixel in the experience bar on the top left of level 6. So basically it means if I would get over 8,000, I would go from 6 to 7, 8, 9, 10. Means that I need just a fraction over 8,000. But also means that if I would go over 10,000, let me actually do the math. What would be the maximum bonus for 4,500 job? Just a sec. I think the maximum bonus is it's quite a lot actually, so it would overshoot me. With 0 damage. 0 damage we actually get 1.5 times the normal one. So that is too much. We had 4,500 job. Meaning that if we would get double that, that would make the total 11,000. And we don't want to do over 10,000. So again, I know that if you do 8% damage, that is roughly double the bonus. So that would get me to 9,000, which is obviously between 8,000 and 10,000, which I want to hit now. Stay on level 10, but not hit level 11. So 8% damage is what I will aim for, and I found the most consistent way to get damage is to bump into the car just a little bit. But we'll take care of that when we arrive. In the wrecker vehicles, you can turn on the siren. This one's only has a silent siren. The others one might have like a actual siren, but there's always a silent option. With the siren, police would not stop us. So I'm just gonna put that on for them to know not to harass me, and I can, if needed, cut the corners a little bit and not get punished. Again, the fine would be very small, but still. Because with tow vehicle, the danger is that if they would chase me, or if a cop coming right at me, or for that police driving there, they might ram into me, or ram into the towed vehicle, kind of screwing this up, and I would need to do this again. And again, normally, 0% damage is exactly what you would want, because you get such a big bonus. But as we are managing ourselves into exactly level 10, keep that 5 times bonus but get as high as possible, we need to control it a little. In the beginning, when I was towing the bongo, I said that that's easy to tow. It is easy to tow if you drive carefully, but as I totally on purpose demonstrated, it is very easy car to turn to its side. Because it's a little bit heavy, it's top heavy. This one weighs only 1.1 tons, this Savannah. Okay, there's another fire, but I'm not gonna stop for that. I already got super lucky with the fires, so we don't need that anymore. I think I just wanted to demonstrate with the fires that how good it is early on to get some money from them. But two is already quite lucky. I think that's what I got yesterday. Okay, still a bit. Okay, I almost hit the light post. When you are towing something, even light vehicle like this, stopping is not as easy. It always weights you down a little, so the front tires are not in the ground, making steering a little bit unstable when you are braking. And because this was light, I actually thought that this stops a little bit better, but should have been more careful with that. There's a record shop right there that you could tow. So you have 2 kinds of, well, actually 3 kinds of record shops. One is this vehicle delivery that I'm doing. One option is to tow like this. You have vehicles where you can winch the vehicle on it. This kind of rollback trucks, and then you have like carry trailers where you can get multiple cars. But from the shops we have these vehicle deliveries, but then we have those roadside wrecks, and then we have vehicle rescues. And simple for the vehicle wreck is like this. It's basically like a tow shop. And then if you see this sort of thing, for me it looks like a smiley face, but it's a car kind of flipped on its side. This is a rescue, and that means that that thing will need to be like winched or lifted on its tires before you can get it on board. So with a vehicle like this, even that this has a winch, you can like pull a vehicle from its side, but it's gonna damage the vehicle a little bit, and you can only do it for small ones. But then there are those specialized vehicle rescue vehicles, making the record shop like a really fun one to do. Okay, but I on purpose kept this on 0% damage now, but we want to damage it to 8. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna spend 60 coins, 60 coins, and rent this other wrecker here, and bump into this vehicle very carefully. I've now, with several tests, figured out that this is the most consistent way to damage it the right amount. So I get 10 kilometers per hour and bump into that thing, and that should be good amount of damage. Okay, damage it a little bit too much. Maybe because this car was light, so that should have been a little bit slower speed. I think this might actually not get me to level 10, which is exactly what happened yesterday as well in the first test. Little bit less speed there would have been better, but I take this. Okay, I still hit level 10. Perfect. Planned. That was exactly the right amount. Hell yeah. Level 10, level 10. Taxi, we need that one little job still. Did I unhook you? I did. I don't have my Tuscan here. So let's drive here and change into that one and see if we can find this one little taxi job. So we need a 2000 job, but not more. Okay, we only have big ones. So what I will do is I will do the trucking. And for the trucking, for consistently getting to level 10, we could be doing, let's say, the normal deliveries. Pick up job from a warehouse or pick up job from a farm or whatever. But if we collect garbage bags, this car here, basically the tutorial tells you to drive this or the car next to it. But if you would be paying the profit share. But for this job that I'm doing, I will actually not be using the vehicle to deliver the garbage bags. So it doesn't even cut into our profits. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna collect 9 garbage bags. Because each garbage bag pays 2000 coins. And what was 2000 coins? Exactly one level with the 5 times multiplier. So since we need to level up 9 times to get from 1 to 10, we need 9 garbage bags. So we're gonna collect that. We are not gonna do 10, because that would put us to 11. And garbage bags from the brand new character that I have will take a little moment before they spawn. Like, there's some sort of a ratio of garbage production that the game has for the cities. It takes a while for them to appear, and that's why we don't do this immediately, even that we could drive this vehicle. But the garbage wouldn't be there, so we wait a little. And when we get these garbage bags, we will drive to the power plant. And deliver them. So that is 6. And that is 7. It was actually a very good ratio. So this character is, I think, like 1.5 hours old now. And this seems like a perfect time to do this. And this is a good route to take it very quickly, because there should be 2 garbage bags. It's a vehicle delivery. Let's see. Yep, exactly. Perfect. Perfect. You can tie these down, but you don't need to. Unless you would be playing on a multiplayer server. There, this sort of loose cargo, because of the network code, is a little bit glitchy. But we're gonna drive this to the power plant. This is the only place to drop the things here on the northern island. On the southern island, we would have a landfill. But in this case, we're just gonna get it here. I'm actually okay driving with this comfort mode here to take it easy. The increase in driver level, which happens only by just driving, and health rate if you use autopilot. It doesn't matter how fast you drive. It's just meters you collect. Of course, if you want to increase driver level fast, the faster you drive, the faster you get those meters. But with this kind of, let's call this start route that I'm doing, we kind of want to get the needed driver experience at this stage kind of naturally. And here I don't want to lose the control of this vehicle, have those garbage bags fly all over the place, collect them again. Learning lessons from those tow jobs that slow is smooth and smooth is fast. Repeating that motto for myself. And probably after saying it, we'll run into this bus here, because this car is not the easiest one to drive. They have, in this recent updates, added more and more rocks near the intersection, so I've had a habit of cutting corners, like from the grass. But, okay, what is this guy doing? You are scary. You're like me. I've gotten away from the habit of cutting corners because I've had so much trouble with rocks, especially in this update. Okay, if we had a garbage truck, we could just pack ourselves into these zones and dump the compacted trash in. With this one, I'm gonna get the car kind of in range, and then I'm gonna sit. Okay, a little bit more. I'm gonna get this one in range. Let's open the door, and I'm gonna stand in the green circle. I'm gonna hand deliver these bags like this. So the in-person delivery bonus or town effect bonus, those don't affect experience we get. But that was trucker level 2. And now we're gonna get trucker level for each of these bags because it's exactly the 2000. And then we're gonna get bonus because I'm delivering these by hand. So from all these, from 1 to 10, I think you might agree that this one is the simplest and 100% consistent. Let me see that side. Just checking that I didn't take 10 bags. So there we go. Trucker level 10, done. And with fire extinguishing bonuses, we are sitting at 100,000 already. So we're gonna burn a little bit of that, and also driver level 6, which is fantastic. But this is the well, actually the taxi job is still done. I was about to say that we are done with the first phase. First phase of this, but we still need to do that little taxi job. So let's teleport back where our Tuscan is, and I will just run there because it's right there. Santa is there hitchhiking. Santa's cabin was just closed in this beta. Can no longer do the gifts for massive money. How about taxi RNG gives us a good one? Okay, that is kinda perfect. That is kinda perfect. Because we want to do 2000 right now. If I do comfort bonus on that one for 40% bonus, that would be 2,350 about. And probably just to be on the safe side, I will... Actually, let me still check. I will go with autopilot. Let me see if I can find a better one. If I do this with 20% bonus, it will be kind of perfect. Not necessarily need a bigger one. Okay, I will just do this. I will drive there because driving there is getting me driver experience more than using an autopilot. So let's do this. And then we will check how long this has taken my character. So I had some restarts here, and and such. My stream time is not telling it all, but I'm gonna guess we are like hour and a half in, and we have gained very good starting money, and already with this those level 10s in each of these jobs, we could be doing quite a lot of things. And yesterday, after this, I did test that if we would do a garbage run, a single garbage run would net us almost 80,000, and 80,000 with 2,000 coin per level, that would get us 40 levels in trucking. So we could quite easily get to trucking level 50 by just doing one run. And trucking level 50 kinda opens up a lot of things. As far as like a very easy money making goes. Which I will show today as well in the end as a little bit of a bonus. But already in yesterday's previous session we did now probably called high octane milk strategy. Okay, gonna get this passenger and then deliver them. Man, police has been after me today. Probably for the right reasons, because I'm driving like a madman. They should be after me. Let's... Let me just double check the math here. The police is giving me a fine, which is great. If I do 1.2 bonus, that will be almost exactly 2011. So we're gonna take this job, and I think that police already fined me. Yeah, good. And actually, because I was stopped for the passenger, wait, did you not give me the fine? Oh, did you immediately give me speeding on the... Okay, fine, police. Give me the fine. I accelerated over the speed limit of 30 so fast that I got immediately another ticket. That's funny. We are paying that with the fire extinguisher bonuses. Okay, so I want to lose one of the comfort bonuses on purpose, because we don't need that money right now, because I'm at 9.5 levels. I want more or less gain exactly 2,000, which this will do. So there goes the comfort bonuses. I took a little bit too hard of a break. I think it would be even good to key, even if I lost this one, I would hit the level. Yeah, now that I think about it, I would hit the level 10, of course, because we are just a bit over 9.5. Because we are over 9.5, that means 1,000 coins is already level 10. But since 2,000 is gonna get us halfway to the next level, let's do it here. One comfort bonus. Okay. I was breaking too careful. So there is taxi level 10. We are here. Let's get full stock of those. I like to keep the straps because those are kind of something you actually need quite often. So that is the first part of this guide done. Uncle Zemalf's guide. So we are level 10 in taxi, bus, trucking and wrecker. And I will take a backup save here, because now we're gonna look for jobs that pay as much as possible on one go, so that we get the 5x multiplier for that job. So for example, if we would make a job for 200,000, or let's call it 100,000. 100,000 is 50 times 2,000, so we would be jumping 50 levels at once. And that's kind of the whole goal of an idea of this strategy, that we first get to level 10 and then we do one big jump. And as we looked at the character in the first test yesterday, we're gonna hit levels like this in like the 60s in bus and trucking, somewhere above 50 for the taxi. And now that I actually hit level 10 in wrecker, we're gonna get at least wrecker level 30. But I will take a break here, and when we come back, we're gonna continue into the second part of this one to actually get those big levels with the big deliveries. All right. Welcome back to the, let's call this second part of the perfect start strategy. So I have played with this character now for 1 hour and 25 minutes. And I have taken my taxi driver, bus driver, trucker and wrecker profession levels to level 10. And since we have not hit level 11, we still have 5 times multiplier in all those jobs. So now, with all these jobs, we're gonna do as big of a job as possible and jump these profession levels to as high as to the 60s. And let's see how that goes. There's a little bit of RNG with the taxi job. The other things are quite consistent that we do. I've gotten a little bit lucky with fire extinguishing, so I will now get fires back to the default low in the world settings. We don't need the extra money anymore, but I think I got like extra 40,000, which I don't necessarily need for any strategy that we are doing, but that of course helps a little. But let's jump back into the game, and very fittingly we have Raging 413's screenshot here, because Raging is the one I learned this strategy from, and this is kind of a updated version of their strategy from 7.10 or 11 version, because the busting has changed a little bit and some other things as well. But let's jump. I was about to say let's jump back through. Okay, I do need to go and buy the car, so I think I'm gonna do that next. That could have been kind of tied into the taxi jobs and kind of get nearby for efficiency purposes, but or stop by there when I was in the area. But I also wanted to keep this guide in a way that video has timestamps when archived. Now watching live, obviously live. But there will be got trophy taxi there. That there will be timestamps in a way that kind of one thing happens at a time, but still keeping it relatively efficient as far as the path goes. But as soon as you are driver level 5, which we were already earlier, and you have 20,000, which we did have quite early on. We could have, when we were in Jeju, stopped by the military base and buy ourselves the military jeep, the called Fox in this game. Because yesterday, as I was testing things out, testing cannot off-road to and back from Gwangjin, which is a high-paying taxi job that we want to do. But with the Fox, it was very easy. And thanks to Ailika's help in the chat, I learned about great shortcuts that we can do for the taxi job, which more or less guarantees us maximum bonuses. The top speed, looking on the top, there's no other relevance to that one. That's your personal record for that car. And then there are leaderboards for top speed for people who actually tune their cars into a racing or such. I will take a little shortcut here. This car is not an off-road car, but we can get there. So in case someone is completely new to Motortown and you have watched until here, kind of thinking that would I like this game? This game is amazing. Slow-paced, open driving simulator where you can do whatever you want, and lot of things, including off-road driving. You can do the taxi driving, bus driving, like we have shown today. You can do big truck deliveries, which we are kind of enabling this character to do by getting those levels, so that we can get not just the starter truck, but actually get a big one and get into the more heavier deliveries immediately if we want. Okay, that was not going so well. I'm here already wondering that am I actually say I literally can't turn the car back to the road. But there we go, got some grip. I was not able to turn the car to the to the base there. Let's see if I can get up this. I think I cut like 1 kilometer of my route if I'm able to get up there. I could already run from here if nothing else. Okay, that does not really work out. You know what? I will do exactly that. I will run. This was close enough. Sometimes shortcuts work, sometimes they don't, and I made that up on the fly, and usually those ones don't work. There is no flying in the game at the moment. Basically, the technology is there, as we have drones, and I will show you how you can use those to fly. So this is the Fox on the map right here in Jeju, in the military base. And the game has nowadays Motopedia, where you can go into the vehicles, and if you know the vehicle's name, you can search for it, and it will show where it is in the map. Or you can just browse the vehicles. For example, we can look at small vehicles and kind of find them all. So no longer need to use any external service or remember exactly where something is. You can just check the map. But yes, this requires driver level 5 and then 20,000. But we're gonna buy it. And with that, we're gonna first of all modify that one to be a taxi. And there's a garage right next to the starter home. So we're gonna come here and we're gonna summon the Tuscan. We're gonna go to parts, etc, taxi, and uninstall the taxi license we purchased earlier. And then we're gonna change to the Fox and install taxi license to this one. Since we have the money to spare, as a backup, we could buy a winch. We can already get that because, and even this one because we have the record level. This could be a safety for the taxi job that we are gonna do. I will see if I get that in just a moment. But I do want to go to the power train, and I will put 1.5 differentials into here. This is gonna cost me 6,000. This will make the off-roading easier. Otherwise, I will keep this as stock for now. The game has. Let me see that I installed all of those. The game has a lot of customization options. So when we have money, we can customize suspension. We can change like the height of a vehicle, kind of in any way we want. We can use the wheel spacing. We of course can change the engine. We could even put a V8 in this when we are driver level 50 or something silly. And of course we have. We can always paint our vehicle. With certain vehicles, you have like paint schemes, and then you can change the color. So this has like automatic, like military style in it. Then some vehicles have like options for different sort of accessories or kind of bumpers and things. This is like a off-roading car, so we can have shovels there, and it can also have a roof. I'm not gonna get those now. I mean, I will keep this as stock, but just to show that there's like ton of customization, including, now that I'm showing this, we also have vehicle attachments like extra lights and such LED lights you can put in the bottom that you can attach to the vehicle, and then you have these sort of decals, and people are doing magnificent artwork with these. I'm not that good with these decals, but of course you have things like the flames, and you could have flames on the car and kind of make them different color and place them however you like. So this game has amazing customization for the vehicles. But for the purpose of this guide, kind of keeping things stock for the most part. Let's first of all see if we could get lucky and find a high-paying job like right away. Okay, this would be fantastic if this was not a limo job and it was urgent instead. But looks like we're gonna need to do something else first. And one thing I do want to do is go pick up drones. So tech store there. Let's gonna visit that one. What's the multiplayer like? Very good question. Because I'm currently playing on single player, but there's something I didn't talk about today. But you can seamlessly jump between your single player, a private server. A private server can easily be your own computer and just sharing the session with friends and playing with, well, however many friends you have, or even just with co-op with one. And there are also public servers that can have up to 100 players. And you play with the same, or can play with the same character. So I could take this single player character here and jump to a multiplayer server and play there. And the multiplayer server is just like the single player, but with up to 100 other players in the world. So you are working together with the people doing the deliveries, playing with them, kind of basically whatever you want. And kind of different servers have different, there are more like, let's say, hardcore servers, where there are no teleporting is not allowed or not encouraged. and kind of playing in a very strictly according to the law and things like that. I will drop the fire extinguisher here so that I have space for the drone. And I want to buy the 2000, the Falcon 1. And I'm gonna buy 2 of those. The second one is kind of a backup. We'll use this drone to fly in a moment for a little shortcut. But yeah, basically it's a kind of, in a multiplayer you could play more or less exactly like single player, but just your deliveries would be contributing to the server. You still get paid for them, but then this single player world that you have, in this one, like the generated resources and things that you deliver, they're kind of there as much as you work on them. And then kind of you don't get other benefit than coin for your own world doing them on a multiplayer. Because you have the same character, so just kind of, well, trying to explain that. Looks like we are not getting our taxi job, so what I might need to do, and because I need driver level 10 next. If we had driver level 10 now, I could set up a corporation. So I'm talking about this generic level that is currently on level 7. And for that one, I basically just need to drive. So at this stage, maybe the most optimal way would have been to take like the last taxi job and kind of drive towards Dasa Harbor, where we need to go. But now I just need to do this long drive. And get some driver experience on the way. We will hit level 10 when we get there, and then we're gonna tow a vehicle back to do like a big wrecker job, which will get the wrecker level from 10 to 30 in one go. But this is gonna take some time, so I am gonna take this with the Tuscan. It's a little bit better vehicle for the long journey than the one we have. And for this long journey I want to take fuel. And then we're gonna drive. For maximum efficiency, I haven't yet figured out how to tie this. Now that I did say it's allowed, I think the approach might be to do like a longer taxi job there. So then kind of this, because more or less all the driving I have been doing so far has had a purpose. Apart from little driving around looking for a taxi job. But now this actually 28-kilometer drive is kind of just a drive, which is kind of fitting in my mind for Motortown, because I like to play this game like very, very slowly, kind of doing things I feel like doing, and sometimes that means just driving, not making money, or just enjoying the scenery, or testing out a new car by just driving it around if you tune it for like road racing. But also this kind of drive or transition in the beginning is kind of a must, because we don't have any teleport locations. For maximum efficiency, but I will keep this start as a single player only. What I could actually do is jump to a server that has teleport locations in it, and then teleport to the southern island, either to a motorhome or a garage or depot, and then come back to this world, because I would be in that same location. But I'm not gonna do that, because also we need the driver levels, and on the way back, if and when I hit driver level 10, okay, that was quite close. On the way back, we can autopilot the tow job, because the autopilot is quite consistent in keeping the wrecker job towing at 0 damage. I sometimes like accidentally touch the control stick. I'm using controller here, and just like went there just a moment ago. So I will do that. But if we would autopilot the whole way, as we're gonna get only half experience, we might not be able to hit level 10. Although I am in the generic driver experience already like 8.5. The meter is filling there in the top left. For engine safety and fuel economy, comfort engine mode is way better. I was accelerating there a little bit too much. So in the bottom we have the fuel meter, and then we have the cooling or radiator meter, and with many cars, if you absolutely like put 100% acceleration, you will eventually cook the engine. So the secret is to keep the pedal or finger or however you control the throttle at like 90%, and then you don't overcook it. Or just let it cool every once in a while. But this particular drive here, this will be kind of hopefully very eventless. So anyone watching this on a later date, you can just skip this. But I do my videos on Motortown and more or less all the games I play unedited. So I don't do like time lapses or anything like that, because that's the kind of content I like to watch. And sometimes it's very relaxing to either play Motortown yourself and do this sort of a long drive, either pulling cargo or just driving somewhere. And sometimes it's relaxing to watch someone else do it. But anyway, this is gonna be probably like 10 minutes. 10 minutes or so of just driving. Now it is currently in game 1 o'clock. I have 60 minutes days. So a little bit slower rates. So we'll do part of this way at night, or actually the whole way might be night, which is a little bit of a shame because this road we are going to is kind of nice scenery. Also, rain makes every surface in the game super slippery. Thankfully it stopped. It is at least currently modeled in a way that there's no like wet road after rain. It only happens during the rain, but the road turns super slippery on rain. But now, because I don't have a passenger, I can kind of try to drive there as fast as possible while keeping my car on the road. But what I am trying to do here, even that it might not look like it, I'm kind of trying to drive fast but stay on my own lane, just to give myself kind of some to focus on, some goal. So of course that means that I can't like just well, now I'm going on the opposite side, but I can't go too fast if I can't keep the car on the lane. And if I can't keep the car in the lane, I'm probably going too fast. So a little bit too fast there if I wanted to keep in the lane, or better drifting. One option would be to take a taxi job from the North Island all the way to the Sanho oil refinery. But that would only pay about half of what we can get with off-roading taxi job to or from Gwangjin. So instead of hitting 60 plus on taxi, we would only be hitting like taxi 40 or something. So of course, for min-maxing guide that I'm working on here, we'll want to do as much as possible. I'm already at driver level 10. So it's also, you know what? I think I'm now thinking that for the next version of this guide, it might be beneficial to drive around a little bit more when doing the taxiing and kind of try to hit level 10 back in the Jeju Island, so we could start the corporation and then go do the taxi job and hopefully get it to Gwangjin, and then you could get the corporation fast travel or purchase the fast travel to Gwangjin while there, and also get the fast travel to the coal mine, and then you could do the bus and then the truck. And because the truck driving ends in Dasa Harbor, you could then, as last thing, do the wrecker job. Because we are not too far from level 10 here. And from the... Okay, it is quite a lot of driving. The GPS in the bottom says 11.6 kilometers. I've already driven 17. Because I think each driver level is 10 kilometers in total. It's quite a lot of driving, but so I'm about to hit it in. I would still have like 7 kilometers left. Maybe this is still the best approach. Then you're kind of open to do the other things. But yeah, for the trucking and bus and possibly taxi, we do need to be on level 10. Because the corporation, or not the corporation, corporations are in the multiplayer, but I'm not gonna explain that now. Same as company, but for multiplayer. The company enables us to create our own bus route, and that's the key in making it profitable or as big of a bus job as we can, but also purchase contracts, including the temporary fast travel. So kind of driver level 10 is very significant in addition to these individual job levels that enable you to drive some more vehicles. Driver level 10, Maniac level 2. The game does not track the Maniac level. Okay, it looks like I'm gonna hit the level 10 in just a moment, and I will have like 8 kilometers left, so I would have required to drive like 20 kilometers along the way. So yeah, maybe this one is the way to go. And since the game has the autopilot, it only gives half experience, but doing this back and forth with autopilot while you go have your lunch, make coffee or whatever, that's actually quite viable. Ooh. When did this stream turn into Need for Speed Carbon Canyon race? Well, at least yesterday and today. You get racer experience if you drift in over 30 kilometers per hour, or maybe it's like 20 miles per hour, I don't know, in a not too big of an angle. So basically, if you do just donuts, you can't get racer experience. Like, okay. Can't get the racer experience. Thought just occurred to my mind that in order to drive some vehicles like the ambulance, you actually need the racer experience. It doesn't make any sense to me, but you do. So if one was super skilled in the racing experience, meaning that they can do just the right kind of drifting, this road would be the perfect place to get race driver level 2. I'm not very good at it, but kind of accidentally getting a little bit of that experience here and there. But the race driver and the police job don't have I'm now trying it every now and then, and now I'm cooking the engine. The police officer and the race driver, they don't have the same 5x multiplier, because the money making works a little bit differently. Or maybe the police does, but it's kind of outside the scope of this starter thing. Because there's with the police, there's no like a big job that you can do. Okay, couldn't get quite angled there to get the race experience. Yeah, also continuously cooking the engine as I'm trying to keep the drift going. Now it needs to be longer. Okay, I think you need to be in a slightly bigger angle. Go almost sideways, but not fully. Yeah, okay, I need to let the engine cool here a bit. Maybe almost there. Dasa Harbor. Trying to get a little bit of that drift going, but I said I'm not very good at it. For my main character I did build a drift car, and with that I was able to do it. But with this one I'm not quite skilled enough for it. As said, like for if someone would be trying to kind of include the race experience into this guide or route, if you can call it that, speedrunning route. Imagine that from a slow-paced gamer like me. Yeah, this road would be the one where you do the race experience. On the way here. So we arrive in Dasa Harbor. So we drove all the way from the northern island, which is actually based on the real world Jeju Island in South Korea. But then we do have the OG island, the big island here. not based on any real world thing, and it's not south of Jeju Island. But this is to show how the scale of this game is. On a slower car like truck, it takes like half an hour real-time drive to drive from the southern locations up north. And that's one thing I really like about this game. We have this little bit of a cityscape up north, and then we have these big wide open areas in the south, including a mountainous area where we will be going for the taxi routes. So this game is really big, has a lot of things, and kind of you can enjoy one long drive on a ocean side like we just did, or then do a off-roading drive in the mountains. And I've said it many times that this game is like all the kinds of different car games, driving games put in one. So it is Euro Truck or American Truck Simulator. It is Mud Runner / Snow Runner. It is like racing simulator, and all those thrown into a blender and turned into a fantastic game. Okay, let's see if we could get good RNG and get some easily towable vehicle here. So I will, because currently the vehicle delivery and record jobs are paid based on the distance to the destination. The car in the front here, so that car there, those are gonna pay more because their distance is longer from here. So ideally I would get a good car to tow into this position. And why I'm not taking that one is that it is kind of low-ish and it has an exhaust pipe there, so if I raise the front, that would be in the ground. If I raise it from there, from the back, then the front is a little bit low. So in order to get 0% damage as consistently as possible, I will despawn some vehicles here to get a lightweight vehicle that is easy to tow. Let's see what we get. Taxi, not good, not that one. The Bongo is an option, but that's a little bit unstable, but it does work. Let's see if we get a really good one in there. Police goes to a different location, and that is a heavy one. Not gonna get the police one. The Neo is okay as well. We are basically talking about a couple of coins of difference here between this end and the other end, so it's not that big of a deal. Okay, we got the Tawny as well, that's a little bit heavier. If at some point later in the game, or later down development, okay, I'm not seeing the cars. Later down the development, the vehicle delivery starts to get paid by weight, which to a degree it should pay. Then of course this would be done a little bit differently. You would get probably the heaviest vehicle. Okay, I really like that car in the back, so that's now our backup option. Together with that bus. As long as this despawning is up here, probably all of these would work. Like you would just get a light vehicle like the Savannah or the Mini. But again, since we are doing min-maxing, let's min-max all the way. Okay, now we have this one here, which is already a couple of coins of difference. So we are kind of set with that. Sometimes the game likes to spawn same vehicles again. So let's see if that would happen. So that's the one that there is mine. I think I will just take that. This unless it happens in like the next couple of clicks. Win. The difference is actually absolutely ridiculously small, so that it was not worth it. But okay, actually, this one goes to the wrong location. So that was not as lucky as I thought. So what you want is not this. You want one that it's taken to the Jesu, so that one will not count. Does this count? Okay, this one would count, and I think I will actually take it. Now that I did that, I am curious what how much the difference actually is. So that is 69.35. If we would take one from this end, it is okay. That goes to a different location as well, so that's not gonna count. So that is the important part. You want it in the right location. Okay, I do want to see the difference, so we can despawn that one, and we're gonna despawn all of these. Keep the one that we are gonna do unless one appears here. I will just check the difference. Oh, come on, game. Give me the right one here for science. Science purposes. It doesn't need to be the same car, but it needs to go to the same location. Okay, wow, game. Now you're just teasing me. Now you are just messing with me. This abandoning jobs might not be possible at all states. Okay, if this goes to the right place, that would be fantastic. And it doesn't, come on. Amazing. This is 100% not needed. I, for research purposes, want to see like how many, it's like a couple of coins of difference. Okay. Actually, right, we already need the same vehicle, I already forgot. Okay, so 17, so it's 100 more. Is that the case? It's about 100 more. So with the multiplier, I don't think it's gonna make a difference. Even with the multiplier for the levels. Let me do the math on that just because we are now doing exact science. So police cars always go to a different location, so we don't want those. Check the difference. I think taxi always goes to say a different location as well, because they go to a taxi company. So it doesn't matter that much what you get in here, but you want to make sure they go to the right location. I think the limousine goes to a different location as well. Okay, there we go. Okay. That one pays less. Why did that one cost over 17,000? Okay, now for min-maxing purposes, now I'm actually super curious. What was the 17,000 payment for? It was not more heavy vehicle. Is there a minor difference? Okay, this costs more or less the same. Huh. Huh. Just a sec. Just a sec. So we have 16,935 times 1.5. 25,400. If we have like 17,000, like 100 more. It's not even an extra level. Okay. So it would have to be, if this is 19, if this is 935, it would have to be at least 17. have to be quite a lot more, almost 1,000 more, to actually make a difference. Right. Hopefully I remember to cut that off from the final one. So you can respawn these vehicles. Police vehicles are not good, taxis are not good, limousines are not good, but once you find a good one, ideally here in the first spot for absolutely the most money, this would be 16,945, but I prefer this car for towing, so this is only 10 less, but it needs to go to that top location and pay close to 17,000 or even slightly over. Let me see, did I have here one that was going to the wrong place? There. So you don't want this. You don't want the one that goes to Gwangjin, you want the one that goes to Jeju. And in here, we could have rented a wrecker and drive it here and pay a little bit of rent and keep all the profit for this one, but vehicle owner's share does not reduce the experience we get, so we can spawn a vehicle from here. With driver level 10 we could also take the Pulio, but I will take the wrecker because I know it gets the job done. And even that we pay the company share of 23%, this is still gonna be good money. And for the driver levels, it's all the same. And it's just more convenient to drive here with something else than to rent the wrecker. So now, unlike the two jobs we did, ideally we get this there with 0% damage. But if it doesn't happen, then it doesn't happen. Let's do it like that. I think for the sake of this guide and for kind of a min-maxing consistency, I will take a backup here. There's a glitch in this version where it is saying that game is modded when it's actually not. I think that was reported in the Discord already. In the Motorsound Discord, of course. So just in case I want to retake, I'm taking a backup here after that long drive. I also had a computer crash yesterday. The Motorsound did not care, and didn't find anything wrong with my computer. So I think everything is fine. That screenshot, by the way, is from yesterday, where, as you can see, everything went just fine with everything. Everything we were doing. Okay, I'm loading a bit, so I took my backup save, but we are ready to deliver this Savannah. Key was to look for about 17,000 delivery. I think these cost the same. The game does not give bonus for bigger deliveries at the moment. If that would be the case, then we would be working on a different strategy to somehow move a bigger one to get even more money. But then we're gonna drive back, but this time we're gonna do it a little bit more careful. And I kinda took that back up there because we're gonna do most of this trip back on autopilot. Because based on my testing yesterday, autopilot drives this road when it's towing a vehicle safe enough to not lose any of the condition. So we're gonna have cargo damage 0%. Because as we have seen, I'm not the best at it. The autopilot for this particular job is fantastic, and we are already driver level 10, so we don't need to experience. This will give us half of the driver experience, so it still gets us some. But this is something I have been doing a lot with my main character. Like every now and then I feel like playing Motortown, but then I also like, hey, now I need to make coffee, now I need to eat something. I put the game on autopilot and let the autopilot take me wherever I'm going, and then pick up when I'm done with whatever I'm doing. And I think that's really great aspect in the game. Not everyone likes it. They like more hardcore approach that this is too easy, that you can take the long deliveries and just use autopilot, but I think it's fantastic. But autopilot here will take this journey all the way to Jeju vehicle delivery. We see the waypoint there in the horizon, 15 kilometers as the crow flies, but we have 29.2 kilometers to go. So I will take a break here, and we'll come back when we are almost there. So see you guys in a moment. I will go get myself a fresh cup of coffee. I go. All right. Little bit of cut and break there. The autopilot took us 6 kilometers closer to our target, but we still have quite ways to go. But again, on this curvy road, I trust the autopilot more than myself to get this there undamaged. I will take over a little bit later, but not much is gonna happen here in the next. I think this might take maybe, with autopilot driving, like 20 minutes or something, maybe even 25, 30. So one third of the way. It's gonna be like 15 minutes maybe. But this whole trip there and back to Dasa Harbor and now going back, this gets me more money again, and this gets me, or already got me, to the driver level 10, which we require for setting up a company, which is needed for the bus job that we're gonna do. And it opens up the option to do contracts, which I'm gonna do as a bonus segment at the end for a little bit more money. But then it also gives you access to temporary teleports, as you can buy fast travel to the different industries. And now we're gonna utilize that for the trucking job, as we get a fast travel to the coal mine at Gwangjin Mountain. This would go faster if I was driving, but there is a risk that I would be losing too much of the condition. So I think I'm gonna stick to this strategy, that I'll let the autopilot drive until we get to the bridge. Now, one great thing about autopilot is that you get to safely look at your vehicle a bit and also enjoy the scenery of the game. Even that this right now this deserty section does not look like much. This game is beautiful at times, especially when the light hits just right, usually around sunrise or sunset. But it's a surprisingly beautiful game. And this is one part that I really enjoy about this kind of these, whether it's with autopilot or yourself, these kind of relaxing long drives that the game's map, being so big, enables. Love it. Do hope that at some point kind of the drawing distance of the game gets even better, because it would be nice to see the other island when you are here. Even with the max settings, the game does not draw like the details on the island there. We see a little bit of the island and we see the road network. Right here I'm gonna assist autopilot a little bit by changing into a smaller gear and holding it. Holding it by holding a shift, or with the controller I have here I'm holding B. Holding means that auto shift is not gonna change gear. That's one thing that the autopilot does not do too well, kind of how to take the climbs on the more steeper hills. This vehicle that we are towing is very light, but it still slows us down, or requires more power to pull it up. Same thing here, I change to a lower gear and then I hold this third gear. I think we're gonna hit that ghost there. I haven't talked about them. It is in the game just for achievement. There's a Hunt 100 Ghosts achievement, originally added in a Halloween event in some year, but then it has stayed in the game. I'm hoping they add an option to take those away, because it's kind of pointless, especially after you have done the 100 Ghost achievement. After we have gotten our record level, we could be doing record jobs like that. Get a bigger tow vehicle and tow something big like that for more money. But the purpose of today's session, kind of doing here, we're just gonna get these levels that enables us to drive almost every vehicle in the game, and then also get some money to buy whatever vehicle we want to buy. We have a cement factory here that takes limestone from the limestone quarry and turns it into a cement, and then you take that cement into a concrete factory. And in that concrete factory you also need to bring in fuel and sand for them to make the concrete, and then the concrete goes to construction sites, which can be your own depot that you are building or other construction. As an example of the game's kind of production chains, you're kind of barely touching that in this getting started guide, if you will. But when you get to the actual deliveries, the production chains are really big in this game, where you can kind of work on whatever part you want. You can be in that early raw material stage, move coal, iron, move the limestone, things like that, or you can be moving the end products, if you will. But on a single player world, to a degree, you kind of need to work on all of those. Or, as we are gonna start our company when we get back to the Northern Island, With the company, you can have AI drivers drive for you in that company. You can have up to 20. First 5 company car slots are free, and then you need to pay for the next 15. It gets really expensive in the end. But anyway, so as you run the company, it becomes a little bit of this kind of transport, logistics, tycoon aspect of the game, which I really like. And adds to the single player experience, as you kind of can get NPCs to drive the parts of the production chains that are kind of maybe too repetitive or just super long drives. Kind of let them work in the background so that you can do the things you enjoy doing. And then in the multiplayer, most servers don't allow the company cars, but there can be corporations there instead, and the corporation is just like the company, but it kind of runs on that server 24/7 instead of when you have a session open, what the company does in your own save file. But another example of how this game has kind of quite many things. Simple on the surface, drive different cars, make some money and buy them, but there's all the car tuning, different deliveries, these different production chains. We just got copper ore added in this update that is currently in the beta 0.7.18, and there's more to come as the game evolves, I'm sure. So we still have 13 kilometers to go. As I said, not much will happen on this trip, especially if the autopilot does their job as well as I expect them to. And more or less always when you are using autopilot and when you're playing yourself and you want to save fuel, the engine should be in the comfort mode. So there's the comfort sport and drift mode. When we are doing the off-road a little bit later with the taxi and the bus, then we want to keep the drift on, because both comfort and the sport mode have a little bit of traction control. Comfort has more. And when doing the off-roading, that can hurt a little. I think even in here the autopilot, okay, this might be a little bit scary section. Let's see. Can the autopilot handle the speed well? Okay, it can, especially with a light tow like this. Yeah, looks like it's doing an okay job. Keeping, basically slowing down enough so that it can have control. The autopilot is far from perfect. For example, it will probably mess up comfort if you try to autopilot taxi driving. But it tries to stay in the middle of the road a bit too much sometimes. But it does drive kind of very carefully. It does sudden braking and things like that, but basically the autopilot is doing the same thing what the NPC drivers are doing. So overall, this is maybe something that will change as the game evolves. The autopilots or the AI will get better at driving, but right now it is like this, so that they drive a little bit too carefully for the traffic flow. But it's still very, very nice. And if you up the NPC vehicle traffic up from the 100, you can get the streets quite crowded or atmosphere. But I took over there as I'm now at the bridge. And when we get to the other end of the bridge, that's where I took a little bit of damage last time, because at this version there is one glitchy tree there that has no roots or something, and it fell on my vehicle last time. And I think here, because we can get quite a lot of speed on this bridge, the autopilot couldn't quite handle that braking. But I was towing a heavier vehicle in yesterday's test, so we're gonna take it easy, but take a little bit of also driver experience here for me, as the autopilot only gives health. Also, I'm not sure if I have shown this. This will get a little bit louder, but the game does have kind of the cockpit view, and some of the vehicles have a really detailed view from here. The mirrors are working, and it's really great. I will go to the other lane here, because I'm a little bit scared of that. Whoa. That's why I let autopilot drive, because I was afraid of this vehicle in front of doing sudden braking, and looks like I was right. Yeah, I will go back here. The game has kind of a directional and distance-based audio, so the engine sound is kind of playing there where the engine is, and because this camera view is further from that engine, we don't hear it as much. And some engines are way louder than others. This is pretty loud. And you can of course adjust the engine sounds and all that. Okay, I need to slow down here a bit. Again, I'm really careful here, trying to keep that 0%. Now that we have come all this way, I think even if I take a little bit of damage, it will be fine. But I'm kind of taking the extreme safe approach here to not lose it in the end. The ocean side and these bridges got way prettier in this update, as they added sea water. It used to be this kind of just big fog, but now they added the sea texture. It had rendered the performance a little bit, but adds a lot to the drives over the bridge. Okay, here last time we took some damage, and we're probably gonna see the glitchy tree up there in the front in just a moment. Let's see. Oh, this time it actually stayed up. Wonder if the game has up. Oh, there we go. Yep. So that tree hit me last time for 2% damage. But that's just on this update. There's something wrong with that tree. Probably gonna be fixed in the next update. So I am in the beta branch of the game, playing the current public test version. Yes, the tree hit me. Fell on me. No, it's not. It's not very nice of it to fall on us. Like attacks there from the side of the road, falling to the lane. Normally if you take like a little bit of damage into the cargo and kind of things happen, it's just part of the game. But it's like I don't know, like trying to perform for sake of this power start, perfect start. Some of these drives are making me like super nervous and probably then result in those mistakes I had in the early game that I had to restart. And same thing here. I come from because I really want to kind of min-max this fully. But now if I obviously wouldn't restart here or do this drive again. But this sort of a long drive, getting that 1% damage at the very end would be so annoying. After kind of literally investing so much time on this, and then oh, that might be it. No. Ooh, scary. Ooh. Couldn't steer as much there as the thing, while quite light, does weight the back of the car down, raising the front tires. So I will just slow down here enough to be safe. To maximize the money we make and maximize the experience we get. Like, this could be done way faster because it is actually quite stable with this car. But again here, like trying to do the full min-max approach. Taking it easy. And I have been thinking, while this is one aspect that I really enjoy, like theory crafting and thinking about how to get started in games. I still got tickets. Starting as efficiently as possible. I am a slow-paced gamer, and I have been thinking that if I would do like actual playthrough or kind of new character that I would play continuously, I would play this kind of a role-play approach and not use fast travel at all and play like basically in complete opposite to this one. But we are here. So we drove, well, first of all, we are in record level 10. That was already way back when. We made it to driver level 10, but also made it to driver level 12, but driver level 10 is the relevant one. So we went all the way back, we drove all the way back from Dasa Harbor, from the vehicle delivery, and made a long trip back. Because I'm doing this because this is consistent. In theory, you could find a record shop or rescue shop that wants to be towed from here to here, but usually the vehicle rescue shops want to go to the nearest garage, which would be like either Ara or the southern one. So this is the consistent way of getting a big paid record shop. So might explore that could a job from here pay more if you get one of these random ones. But then again, for guide purposes, that would be harder to follow because you don't know exactly what other setup would get. But let's see how far this gets us. I believe it will be at least 20 levels. So it will get us from 10 to 30. But let's see. So wrecker level 31. So this got us 21 levels. And the vehicle owner's share does not get reduced experience we gain, but it does reduce the money we make. So we make 32,000, but payment pretty good. So we made 31st level. Excellent. So that's the first of the jobs done like fully. We did initial setup for level 10 and then maximize the 5x multiplier for this one big job. And now we're gonna do the same for the taxi, bus and the truck. And for those, we want to go to the city hall in Gwangjin to start a company. So let's teleport to the one location. One location we have. I'm gonna take the Fox. Because after we set up the company, ideally we would find a taxi passenger that wants to go to Gwangjin. I should probably check that already if we have one. Just to check, I will actually, you know what, you can drive there with autopilot. Let's go. Go, my man. Autopilot on. Check. How is the RNG with taxi job? Ooh, oh, why is that limo? Why are you not normal and urgent? Oh, paying so much. I'm thinking like, for absolute maximum, min-maxing, you would have to grind to like driver level 30 and get the Mammoth. That's basically like Humvee, which you could have a limo license in. But I'm not gonna min-max that much. This is still like a getting started quickly thing. But yeah, here in the city hall, you start a company. And it doesn't cost anything, and this enables you to do contracts, which we will use today, and then also make your own bus routes. So I will name this in honor of yesterday's session and what X-Gemini came up with, Octane Milk. What that means, if you were not here yesterday, you will find out in the end. Would we get lucky? If not, what I will do next is drive near Gwangjin. So we will be driving in this location here. I could even drive up the shortcut now that I think about it. But I think I will show the drone trick. That's kind of as a part of this. So we're gonna drive up here. And we're gonna use a drone to fly up a mountain to get to the Gwangjin goal, buy ourselves a fast travel. We need that company. We need that company set up for that in order to be able to buy that. And then we're gonna fly to Gwangjin. And from Gwangjin, we are either gonna take a taxi drive down or drive a bus. And for the bus, we need to go to the bus dealership. So we have 112,000. The bus we're gonna use today is the Liliput. So we're gonna do it untuned. Almost. I have an idea for that we will need to test. But let's see. I'm going to buy it at least. This also gives me time for possibly a taxi job to generate, because if you could get a taxi job to Gwangjin, we wouldn't kind of need to drive there without doing anything. Okay, this is the Liliput. 60,000. Let's buy it. And I will check the garage. You can also drive it there. I was about to literally teleport this from here to the to the garage, but of course we're gonna drive it. Yesterday I was using the school bus, and that was absolutely horrible in the narrow bridge, like 2-lane bridge section. So I don't recommend that for this one. Let me just check how much this costs. It's 2,000. It will give us a little bit of traction. So I think I will get that one. And ideally, if we would like to spend a lot of money here, we would be putting wheel spacers in to make it more stable, but you need to install these ones to every wheel, so this would be 16,000. We do afford it, but I think I will just use the stock to see, also kind of research that how difficult it is. And for better tune, we would be raising the suspension, but this costs 40,000 if we do it to 4 tires. So while we make our money back, we are a little bit tight on money, because we would actually have, without those fire extinguisher things that we did, we would only have 10,000 right now. So also for kind of, because RNG can be a little bit different, I'm not gonna tune this any more than this. And we're gonna leave it here, and then we're gonna teleport that or spawn it in Gwangjin when we get there. So what we have done is set up a company in the city hall. There along the way, we went to the tech store, also in Gwangjin, and bought 2 drones. You need one, but the second one is backup. And then we have purchased this Fox military jeep from the military base in Jeju. And then we now bought the Liliput bus from the bus dealership. And this one we need so that we can do a high-paying taxi job to the off-roading section. And the Liliput we need for doing off-road bus, to do that one big bang job, to get as many levels as possible, and also money. And with these two, we will make 150,000, which we need to buy the dump truck called Dumpy, and with that we will deliver coal to get the levels. You could get more money by delivering iron, but that requires tuning the Dumpy, and it would be way more difficult. So I'm kind of not fully like min-maxing absolutely sky's the limit levels, but kind of what is quite easily achievable in the beginning. But this part is where the RNG comes into play, because we would like to see a job to Gwangjin or away from it, but since we don't, I am just gonna drive my way up there and do the bus part. But this car is not quite as good on the open road, so I am gonna get the Tuscan again and drive this one. This one to the... If you ever play multiplayer, don't do that. Always park your vehicles or despawn them, but obviously for single player, right now, not a big deal. Okay, so another relatively long drive, but with Tuscan this will go faster, and now I don't need to be careful. well, a little bit careful that so you don't crash the car, because you can always have the roadside service if you like turn the car upside down. But if you run headfirst to a tree, you can destroy the engine and or the radiator. And if the engine goes, then the car just doesn't like move much, and you do need to basically teleport to a garage. So I do need to be a little bit careful, but not as careful as before. So this can be a little bit faster. And I will again try to little bit get like the drifting experience. If I could get the racer, its angle needs to be quite big. So I'm, as said, with these speeds I'm not good at it. You need to be enough sideways and go over 30 kilometers per hour to get racer experience, because there is an ambulance that you need those levels for. And kind of as part of this guide, I now today started thinking that with these long drives, when you don't have comfort or anything to worry about, you could be trying to get some drifting experience. But that's not how you do it. If you kind of turn too much and slow down, it doesn't work. As I said, I'm not good at it, but unless I have a very specifically tuned drifting car. But now a little drive so that we get nearby Gwangjin. For those watching on a later date, in case you have not noticed, hopefully the future me has placed timestamps on the video, so you can skip this part to the part where we are gonna fly with the drone. Things like that, like overcooking the engine. If we would change the transmission and or change the final gear drive, you could kind of either have higher acceleration or higher top speed, and instead of four gear shift box, you could have 6 in this car, and in the trucks you can have 13 and 18, and kind of you can adjust the car to what you want it to do. And that's really I think especially in the beginning, kind of the part that's kind of a little bit difficult, and I still don't always understand how all the tuning works. But in the garage, the game also has a workshop function where you can get the vehicle setups, including all the paint jobs and decals and attachments that other people have created, and then people are sharing those for specific jobs or just for the looks. And in a way, if you find a good setup you like in like the Motortown Discord, you can just use that setup and see if it fits you without even knowing how exactly the suspension and gear shifts and the gear ratios and everything work. Also, hey Pennywise, nearly overcome the flu. That is good. That is good. Never nice to be sick. It's always good if it goes past quickly. Future YouTube viewers get to skip. We're sitting through the whole journey, so should they. Well, nothing is forcing you to sit through this. You can skip this by not watching now and coming back in 5 minutes. You can do like real life skipping. Imagine that, free will. whether you watch a stream or not. You're taking the fun out of my arguments. I know. It was not by accident. Yeah, we hit driver level 14 there. After everything is done, we should be around driver level 20, which is a threshold for certain things, so kind of this is all very deliberate, meaningful choices that I have done to use this route. Ooh, that was not even close. It was kinda close. Coming through a corner blindly like that, absolutely safe. We are closing in on the route of the Gwangjin mountain. So we drove all the way from Gangchung here, where there is one buyable plot, for example, there. And we have the Gwangjin coal and ore mines, iron ore mines up there. And then we have the Gwangjin town. So I'm driving here. Just on this mountain. I could just do it from here, but to fly up less with the drone, as I'm about to show you. This was just one place where you can very conveniently do it. So we're gonna take a drone from here, use that to fly our character up, buy the fast travel to the coal so that we can come back later with the dump truck, and then we're gonna fly to Gwangjin. And from here, we're going to do a bus drive down. We're also going to buy a fast travel to the supermarket, just in case we want to repeat the bus job for money, or we get a taxi job down from Gwangjin instead of to Gwangjin. Okay, but this car is not off-road. This is where the Fox would have been better. But this thing can just climb enough here. But based on yesterday's test, not recommended or near impossible for taxi jobs up to Gwangjin. That's why we bought Fox the Jeep. Okay, and we're gonna go here. And up there, where the moon is, we're gonna fly to the moon. Well, not exactly, but to that direction. Okay. The location here is not exact. The purpose is to get up, but this is just a place where we can get a little bit upwards so that we don't need to fly as much with the drone. So how the drone flying works is that you get to any ledge, including your car, and go to the edge in a way that the character's feet, a little bit hard to see because it's dark, but you see how the feet are over the edge. And then you take the drone, which we bought before, and the middle one is the best one of this. You launch the drone, and then you first go down until the height, which is compared to your character. You take that to like 0.9 or 1 meter, and then you go backwards until the distance in there is 0.9 or 1 meter, because that means you are right under your character. And we are also going to bump into the car here like that. So now if we look up, okay, it's actually very hard to see because of the dark sky, but the character's feet is like, should be up there. But anyway, I'm gonna race up now, and when we are up, if the distance stays 0.9, and sometimes you get this jerky movement like this, then your character is on there. You can also check the camera. So we see that we are standing on the drone. Little warning here: if you place it exactly right, you're not gonna get this jerky movement like this. But I haven't been able to figure out exactly how to place it to avoid this. So you might get a little bit motion sick here for this one. So do look away. I actually do. So I often I'm pressing up here. So I'm looking a little bit away here because this jerky movement is kind of nasty. So I'm raising directly up a little bit, but then we're gonna fly that away. And I'm gonna set up a bookmark to the coal mine. And then we're gonna have a second bookmark at the supermarket and gas station of Gwangjin Town. And we see it right there. So that's how high we need to go. And we bought the backup drone just in case the character falls off this one. Because then you can fly the drone back. But like there might be like you might made a little bit of mistake and somehow lose the drone. So now I'm going forward and I'm aiming a little bit up. So at the same time going up, I'm trying to find the level where I can still raise it, but not get that jerky movement. Not the clearest because we have night there, but this is actually a good thing for the. And again, we're gonna get some jerky movement here. The sun is about to rise, which is good for the bus drive that's ahead. Okay. Would be probably better. Okay, we actually see the character's feet now there in the top when the sky is getting brighter. Might be a good try to figure out the exact location. There's probably a good guide for this on YouTube, how to place exactly in a way that you don't get this, because then this would go faster as well. Okay, just a little bit. We just need to get over this ledge, and then it's kind of downwards after this. Okay, almost. It's a little bit up. I think it's fine. Good. Good. You could change the mode of the drone from normal to sports, but I've had trouble for the character to stay on it when you do that. Yeah, the quadcopter drone is carrying our character no problemo. So this is the coal mine, so we are now here. We will later on drive down from here with a dump truck, but right now, as we set up the company, we can take the contract and buy fast travel. We only need 4 hours here, so I'm gonna buy that. You can also buy motorhomes, the campus, and set them to a location where you want to teleport to. But that's 150,000, so that's a little bit out of our reach right now. We do the same trick here using this rock. Again, place our character's feet a little bit so that we are over the edge. We take the drone, we launch it, and we go down that the height is minus 0.9 or like 1 meter. And then we back away until the distance is 0.9 or something. And we also bump into the rock when that happens. We might see the character's feet on top of us if we look up. There we go. Let's go a little bit sideways so that if the leg would be like to the left, let's see if this works. Oh, that's actually pretty good. No, okay, we still have a little bit of that jerky movement. But now we don't need to go up as much. Just a little bit to get off over this ledge here. And we should be golden. The drone is a fantastic way to look at the scenery, get some nice screenshots of your car or your character. And then there's also this trick to move around. So I don't know if there are any plans to actually add them in the game. I think there are mods. All the mods are unofficial at this stage. I think some mods have helicopters, but because basically helicopters fly with the exact same logic as the drone, kind of the game could have helicopters. I think there might even be planes already. Hey there, Skirak. And again, here, if you do want to risk it, especially when you are already over this part of the mountain, you can change into the sport mode and fly a little bit faster. But as said, I've had trouble for the character to stay on the drone. Yeah, it always works that it goes up and down, but and I don't know the exact position, but experimenting with Liliput on the left and right, and kind of how much the character's feet is over the edge, you might. I have gotten it in a position where you have you don't have that jerky movement at all, and the jerky movement tends to happen only when you are going up. Down, it's pretty good. So just gonna land here. I could already just fall down with my character because there's no fall damage, but let's finish the journey and enjoy the beautiful landscape of Gwangjin. There we go. And we have nice 7 passengers already. So I'm gonna buy the fast travel to here as well, just in case I get the taxi travel here. So we're gonna take a fast travel to the supermarket as well. This is kinda optional. You could just wait for the right job up the mountain. But I found that was very good yesterday in the first test. Yeah, no fall damage. Skydiving is perfectly safe. At the moment in the game, the only way to go unconscious is to get too close to the fire for too long, and that you do need to respawn. So there is kind of a character damage now in the game with the fires in. But now we are here. Okay, cut. Not necessarily cut, but timestamp. That was for future me. We are here in Gwangjin town now. And with the company we set up, we either press O for the company or go from the start menu or ESC and go for the company, select bus routes, and you can delete these custom, these in-game ones, but I will let them be there. And now I will do an experiment today. But the usual route you take is you place one here in Gwangjin terminal. Then you place one here in Namdang. This is kind of, this resets the timer so that then you can get on time to Gapa bus. And this is the off-road you do. I usually add these 4 stops, first on the right-hand side of the road and then back to terminal, just to make a couple of extra thousand when we are already there. So this is Gwangjin-Gapa off-road. But then something I have not done before that I want to test today. That is it better to go to Ara? And is it possible to drive down the shortcut we took with Fox? is it possible to drive that with Liliput and actually go to Ara? Because the official route of this, oh, actually that is shorter. So that's probably not gonna pay as much. Yeah, I just got the fast travel, yes, to the supermarkets, so that you can repeat this or get the taxi job. But yeah, I'm thinking this one is shorter. Yeah, I think this is less money. Someone has probably already tested this. But I think I will take a backup save here and test this maybe in the end. Because I'm pretty sure that is, if you just look at the routes. So why this pays so much is that if you look at what the route is fully, it's very long, but we are going to take this mud shortcut. So we're actually going to drive just here and then mud shortcut and go from there. But it pays us based on this full road. So that definitely looks longer than this, because we only go from there. So yeah, I think this is not gonna be better. But I do want to test that because I have not tested it and I am curious about if Liliput can make this shortcut. That's gonna be later. But indeed, supermarkets here, we want fast travel to that so that we can teleport here either to repeat the boss job or if we fail at it, to restart it and then or drive down from here for the taxi job, because that was very RNG in yesterday's test. So after that is done, that is 7 passengers, that's pretty good. I think that's what we had yesterday. We spawn the Liliputs here. But before that's here, I will take a backup save. Not needed for if you are doing this, but for testing purposes. That guy looks like a taxi passenger. But we're gonna do bus. So we spawn the Liliput in here. And then we're gonna find the route we took, the Gwangjin-Gapa Offroad. I did the Gwangjin-Ara Offroad for later testing, but I think this one pays more. So in yesterday's testing I was using the SV200 school bus, and I absolutely hated it, especially on the 2-lane bridges. So let's see how almost stock Liliput does. I did put the differential in the back, but I think 7 is already good. You could wait and kind of fill the Liliput to the full to get even more, but spawning is so slow that I will just take this. In the off-road, change to drift, and I prefer taking the auto shift off. And let's go. Oh, I did actually not know that there's an easy walk-up path. I learned about this shortcut that we're gonna use for the taxi yesterday. So the drone trick, in a way, optional. It does get you to teleport to the coal mine quite easily. But I think my ideal setup actually would have been to get a taxi job to Gwangjin, and we would have flown here, we would have driven here, and then... oh, I didn't get comfort for this one. Oh, that's RNG slap in the face. 40% less money for this. I will restore that save. I ran into a little bit of issue here for my min-maxing purposes. Because none of these passengers want comfort. And that's a lot of money for this trip. So my next approach here is to let a couple of them in and despawn them. Because I think despawning all of them would take a long time. So I'm gonna take 3 off, leave 5. And then as more people spawn in, hopefully they like comfort. So I'm sending those people into the void. If you go get your neighbor, I will pick you up. I will go check if we get better taxi RNG. We'll still have that one. Some taxi things have changed. Oh, 7th. There's not gonna be comfort, I just know it. I just know it, there's not gonna be comfort after all that. Please give comfort. Yeah. Yes, whoever that was who likes comfort. So now I can do this for reals. Let's go. 7 passengers. Put on drift mode. I like to use auto shift off. And the timer does not really matter. We added the stop at Namdang to reset the timer when we get there. And with Liliput, you need to try really hard to lose comfort. It is possible, but you need to try really hard. But I have not done this with nearly stock Liliputs that we have now. So we might struggle with the ground clearance. Let's see how this goes. I did add the 1.5 differential to the powered axle in the back. So that's gonna help a little bit with the traction. That was the only change I did. Because we are with a couple of hours old character, I want to see kind of how this can be done this early. If you just want the bus levels, if you just want the money. You get the comfort bonus for the whole bus, as far as I know. At least that's how it has felt with the shorter bus route I was doing in the beginning. I'm not 100% confident though, that is it so, but we can see. If the comfort bonus is 20% of the full payment, then it is for everyone. I think that's how it goes. It's a little weird. And I didn't want to change the gear here as I slowed down so much. Can still power through, especially with that differential in there. This one was nightmare yesterday with SV200, the school bus, because that was like barely fitting on this one. With Liliput, still need to hit it right. With this one, we are kind of hitting in the inner side of that, but kind of it's not nearly, it's basically in the middle. So the ground clearance makes that a little bit difficult, but looks like it's, even on stock, it's well enough to get up. And take that carefully. Nice. And because the Liliput is light, it gets through here relatively easily, and especially if you tune Liliput for this one, it's fantastic for this one. Now on stock we might struggle here and there, but I have strong faith in our little friend. I think where the SV200 shines is the muddy section because of the ground clearance and weight, because they are going down, but everything else here was kind of a pain in the butt with that, so I, to be honest, don't understand why some people seem to like that for this one. Again, because I don't think you can take the tires inwards, and that bridge was so awful that I would hate myself just starting to run every time for having to do that so carefully. But anyway, driving this down, keeping that comfort, this is gonna net us about 55 to 52 levels. Here with the new copper mine we have a little bit of mud, so how does the Liliput handle this? With a little bit of speed, just fine. Ooh, that is unbreakable one. Luckily I didn't break the engine. I was just because I was not able to steer because of the mud. I was just in my head thinking that it's just like these light balls, but that's permanent. Hey there, Rex. Oh, that is true. Engine with this one is in the back. True. True. Also another reason why this is great for off-roading. But yes, driving this down from here will net us 55 to 57 levels of bus. So we jump from 10 to there. And the whole idea of today has been this bridge has like some bumpy planks, if that makes sense. So now that this is stock, I'm driving this super slow, because I'm not sure if it is a glitch or something, but I've had like cars all of a sudden hit something and basically bounce off the bridge. So now when we are not in a rush, I will take that easy. So far, nearly stock Liliput, no problema. Even that we don't have the +10 ground clearance or raised wheels that you probably put in this one. And for this section, the 1.5 differential in the back might actually help. But and also the Liliput is so light that we should get up this way easier than, but not if I hit in a corner like this. Let's see, can I just drive this up? I don't have like steering. Because the SV200 it had no chance here, but I think Liliput is so light that especially with the differentials I can just drive this up. Yeah, another place where this one does not struggle at all, where the SV200 was pretty bad. At least stock. Of course I can't really compare because I didn't put differential into that one. Okay, but now comes the interesting parts. How does this go with stock Liliput? I think the first part here we should kind of be able to line it up for this mud. Ah, right. You get traction from the grass in there, so that goes easy. Way easier. Even easier than before. In this one, before I have taken Liliput down that cliff. I think I will take that now as well, even with stock one. They have added some rocks here. But this should work with the Liliput just fine. Yep. That's easier than before. This works even with stock. This next part, I think with this ground clearance we would struggle. Going from the left-hand side, which is what I typically use, but I will try it. A little bit of power here. Okay, a little bit of power. Oh, I lost comfort as well. I said it's really hard to lose comfort, but apparently that's sort of a quick turn. Okay, this does not work with this one, especially if you fail it like that. Let's see how the mud is with stock Liliput. Oh, rain. Rain is not great. What a timing. Okay, I can still go somewhere with this. Cannot steer for hell of it, but okay, so this is where stock Liliput gets to struggle. Let me try that upper path in a little bit different approach. Kind of a shame about that comfort after all that struggle of waiting for it. This rain is not helping, obviously. I might have gotten up here with without the rain. Yeah, in here you kind of need the ground clearance to get through this one quicker. So is it still better if you are coming stock to come with the SV200 because of this section? I can't even get up this sand now with the rain. Yeah, I've had the rain at low, but since I was kind of manipulating the fire, doing this rain should be off. You mean like that big cliff to the left? Or even from here? Probably could, but I have not done that. Okay, I need to wait. No, there we go. I think Liliput with stock it will struggle in that mud, even without rain. I wonder what's the best route for this one. I will try the middle again if I get some speed on there. I hit the rock on the left on that when I've lost the comfort, and it kind of yeah, if you just get up, if you get some speed there and you hit the right spot, that goes just fine. That goes just fine, easy peasy. SV200 went over this one super nice yesterday. I think the Liliput will slow down more. But eventually get there. In this one you could probably just off-road a little bit on the side. But you get there eventually like this. Yeah. I've been doing restarts now so many times for some of these attempts that I will not get one for that one comfort, because it's gonna get us. This is gonna get us over level 50 anyway. Oh please. Okay.
Okay, I will need to, because I can't steer here. I will need to do this and get backside there and then reverse the rest of the way. The point of this is to test that you can do it. With stock you can do it through the mud. Maybe, let's see. Liliput is so light that you can even push it, and it would be nice to be able to ask the passengers to push on the road, on the track like this. Yeah, a little bit less acceleration, it's actually better in the mud. Yeah, that last part of the mud is like a little bit more slippery than the others. It's gonna get us there eventually, just take a little time. Come on, little friend. There we go. Oh, what a feeling to actually get it moving. Get turning around easy. Some people were standing the whole way. Okay, comfort and auto shift on again, and then let's try to keep that one last comfort. Really unfortunate because it kind of happened without. Well, I missed the point on the cliff a little bit, and then it made that jerky movement to the right. But this is still gonna get us quite a lot. And I guess for full min-maxing things, you should wait there until you get a full bus. So here sometimes you get a passenger from here, it's rare, but at minimum you reset the timer and then you have all the time in the world to get to the Gapa terminal. And like yesterday, I usually do this with that I put on a cruise control and just drive like about 67 kilometers per hour, because you're gonna have to wait at the Gapa terminal anyway. And just take smooth curves and keep the comfort so that you don't lose it here after that hard-earned off-road section. After the bus ride here, we still have the taxi drive to do. I reloaded from the save in the alternate universe where I did that, so that if we could find the taxi drive down from Gwangjin, and then we have the coal delivery from the coal mine. Whoa. Okay. Cruise control almost failing me there, coming to the pavement. Maybe turn it off there. Driver level 15 already. And especially the coal run is gonna get us a lot of kilometers. So it's gonna be driver level 20 after all this, I'm pretty sure. So after the timer, now showing too early goes to 0, then you have several minutes of the on time after resetting there into Namdang. Whoa, 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 whoa. FPS thing's loading. It's moving the camera a little bit too fast for the game. We're already on time. We don't need to wait. Let's just drive here. Let's see how much money we get.
Thank you.
Oh, we still got to level 67. Even by losing that one comfort. Oh man. We would have hit like level 69 if I kept the one comfort point. Or didn't lose the comfort points. And then I have this in the route. Now we are no longer getting 5x experience. The comfort was for the whole ride, 20% of the total fare. So it counts for everyone if there's one person who likes comfort. No, comfort point is always 20%, whether it's taxi or bus, and urgency or such is 30%. So yeah, that's now confirmed. It's always for the full ride. Yeah, losing that one that was 20,000 for 100,000 fare, carrying 7 passengers. So this one here mightn't even be kind of worth it now. We're not getting many passengers, but it's a couple of extra thousands. Basically, even losing one passenger, losing one comfort, bringing in 7 passengers, that bus route actually got exactly 150,000 for us, which is what you need to buy the dumpy.
Hello.
But yeah, the easier approach is to do the garbage run instead of the goal run. So I'm waiting for the on time here, because that's gonna be 30%, even that now we are getting some thousands instead of 100,000. This game has a lot of those vehicles named like that, like the Dumpy. We have the Compacty and including the Dumpy. Okay, but this gets me a little bit extra, like 4,000. But now that was not a level because we no longer have the 5x for the bus. But that is bus at 67. Could have been 69 if I didn't lose one comfort point. Oh wait, actually it would have been even more. It would have been 77. What am I talking about? It was 20,000, so that was 10 levels. So the bus could be 77. Because every 2,000 is a level. So we have taxi and trucker to do. So for the trucker, we're gonna go to Gwangjin truck. And while we have that, I'm gonna drive there with the Fox to refuel the thing and check on the taxi options in a moment. Put this on autopilot just in case there are no taxi routes, but if a taxi job down from Gwangjin pops up, I will do it immediately. Because that just was not happening yesterday. Oh. That is 40,000, but it's that long drive. Oh, gotta do that. Gotta do that even if I fail it, even if I fail the comforts. So much money. Okay. Let's stop this and get the dumpy later. Let me just check how long I have in the teleport contracts. Plenty, because we bought the 4-hour ones. So we're gonna teleport to the supermarkets where I bought fast travel. That is the highest taxi I have seen for normal non-limo. So we gotta do it. Gotta do it. Gotta do it. And we're gonna use the shortcuts. We're gonna use the shortcut to more or less guarantee we get the urgency done. And then if I could pull this off with the comfort, would be brilliant. Yeah, this drives so nicely here in these mods where Tuscan was just struggling. I did put all the differentials into this one as well, so that is a reason. Okay. Okay, sir and madam. Just a sec. We'll prep this one. Bada beam. Blah blah bloom. Blee blue blah. Blob. I don't promise comforts, but we're gonna be fast.
Thank you very much.
We're gonna save so much time with that shortcut. Then the drive is gonna be quite long. I'm gonna drive a little bit with the comfort mode here. Early on to get out of the village. We're a little bit deep into place. Where the hell am I going? Okay, I think just learning from the past, I think I will just not care about the comfort. This is gonna net us 100,000 with 5-star urgency if I make it. So extra 8,000. 8,000 for the comfort is just 4 levels. So if the comfort goes, the comfort goes. This one doesn't require so much build up for the mod. A little bit jerky movement there. I'm probably gonna lose the comfort at the road. So that's where I need to drive faster. But this does save me a lot of time, so. And the shortcut down is even, well, I need to be careful with the rocks. But drive down is easier. This doing this at night time is not the easiest. Let's do this very carefully because these rocks are deadly. Yeah, that's probably fine. After this jungle part here, you get a little bit less rocks. Yeah, I came here way too fast in that alternate universe coming up. From here, still rocks, but way less. And you can kind of, I did this for the first time yesterday. This is super easy. You kind of see in the map. Just look at the green parts. And I was able to do this without any practice. Yesterday, so this is one of the easiest parts of the run. And if you get a taxi drive to Ara, that was super easy on yesterday's first test. I'm here being more careful than I really need to, because I'm terrified of rocks. And not being my friends. Should not be driving through these bushes, because there's probably a rock hiding there. Oh, there's a rock. No, cliff. Rock. Tree. Okay, I'm actually going that way, right? Yeah. Okay. This waypoint was way too much south for me. I think here we don't have rocks anymore. At least the rocks are so big that I should see them. So 11 minutes to do. However much time we'll have when we get to the road. Ideally keeping that comfort, but man, I'm not sure if I can do the curvy roads as fast as possible. Might be some sneaky rocks here, so better take the open one. So 14 kilometers, 11 minutes. It's not super bad. But again, if the comfort goes, the comfort goes. I'm using the comfort mode to not cook the engine. And also I can't do like super fast here. I think these corners we can do. Again, I was able to come the last sections there with off-roading super carefully. So I need to just take it easy enough in these bigger corners. Minutes. Yeah, if anything from yesterday and today I learned was that this vehicle is awesome. Or my new favorite vehicle from the small cars. And I don't even have this on my main character. I don't know how I have overlooked this one. I should be driving faster, so for that urgency. Sorry, police. Ooh, almost lost the comfort. I am not the best at racing, and I haven't been driving taxi in this game a lot. So practicing this makes you better. But again, here just getting 4 urgency is gonna be a massive amount of money anyway. Whoa. It's kinda close. Yeah, I feel I'm so slow. I'm going like a minute per kilometer. And I should be but on the other hand, this is the portion where I kind of need to take it carefully, and then there's the bridge where I can blast, gaining back minutes. Again, for ultra min-maxing, like taking down the NPC traffic for the first couple of hours, while maximizing the fire for the fire extinguishing opportunities, if you really want to kind of make things easier. Okay, this one could be faster, but wasn't feeling it. Okay, let's go. Yeah, that was way too careful. But on the other hand, we might have time here to take things this slowly. Even if we are urgent, because we save so much time on that. Save so much time on the shortcuts. I was 95% sure there would be a rock there that would attack me. Those guys look like they're racing. They're racing slowly, but it looks like they're racing. This looks cool. My fogs! Not fast enough for these guys! And there's a truck! All of a sudden, this got a little bit too exciting. Couple in the back is definitely holding hands. They should. For their dear lives. I am. In real life, holding this controller, but my character is probably holding on to that steering wheel. What we hit was a ghost. There's a achievement for hunting them, driving over them. They were added in a Halloween event long time ago. I personally wish they would add an option to disable ghosts, because it's probably one of the most commonly asked questions on these streams. And I got the achievement. I have zero interest on them being on the street anymore. A little bit of jerky stop there. Okay, where are we going? We are going to the tow truck dealership. Okay. I should be able to do it relatively easily. I gained good momentum there in the bridge section. I have 3.5 minutes for 3.5 kilometers. So this one should be okay. Also keeping the comforts. I'm kind of looking at GPS in the bottom, see that I have 3 kilometers, now 2.6. I still have 3 minutes to go. I've been able to do a kilometer, 1 kilometer in a minute easy, so I can kind of take it safe here to keep that 20% because it's gonna be good money. And more importantly, good experience, because we're now gonna hit the jackpot with that 5x multiplier. Sadly, the 5x multiplier is only for the experience. So instead of 10,000 coins per level, we get a level per 2,000, and we level to level 10. And not 11, so we still have the 5x multiplier. And now we do one as good paying job as possible on one go. And it will give us 1 level per 2,000. Don't lose the comfort in the last corner. It would have been so annoying. Has happened. Kinda perfect timing. Don't crash into me. Excellent. Okay. Lovely couple in the back. Nice. Thank you, I pay your fine from these 100,000 I just get. Interestingly, did we hit the same? Did we hit the same level yesterday, or was this more? Yesterday's ARA run that paid extremely well. Let me just check. Also, we are gonna check how we have one thing to do, which is the trucker. We have done this in 4 hours. Yesterday's character. Oh no! We got 65 instead of 57 on the taxi now. And yesterday was so much waiting that it was 7 hours in total. we're gonna take probably about 50 minutes for the... All right, with that 7 hours, there was also the last money bonus. But I'm gonna take a break here, and then we're gonna do the last thing and get our trucking to somewhere in the, not 70 right away, but somewhere in the like 65 region, at least above 50. And we're gonna do that by driving coal down from Gwangjin. But let's take a break here, and I will see you guys in a moment. All right. Welcome back. Let me load back in, and we have one last thing to do, and a bonus at the end. So we have the trucker run to do, and this is gonna take a while. And there is the alternate option. So we are coming back at 4 hour 10 minute mark for this character. We have already done everything but trucking. And compared to yesterday, kind of similar, a little bit better. Could have been done even better, but I missed the comfort point on the bus. It could be 77. But that's not really the point to kind of fully maximize, but use the principle. But with the money we have that we got from the taxi run, we're gonna dive back into the game and go buy ourselves a dumpy. The truck we can at this stage drive to deliver the coal. The dumper requires driver level 10. It costs 150,000, and because we need to spawn it there, we need to buy it. Instead of that, we could like rent it like we did with the wrecker, the dory wrecker. So we need 150,000 to it. Kind of this order of things that we are doing after we hit level 10s is not really relevant. And what you could also do, basically once you get, for example, the wrecker level, you could work on the wrecker levels if you like, and then do, for example, this trucking run a little bit later, which might actually help to get the trucker level up even higher, because as this is now 4-hour-old character, the coal mine is generating the coal over time, and when it's not full, the payment percentage will probably be around like 160% now. But if we waited for that to be full, we can actually check how much that would take. Then you could do that when it hits 200%. And probably instead of getting to the 65, you could probably jump all the way to 75. This tree is still glitchy. Get out of here. And why did you stop? Because of the tree? Let me push you. Only kidding. But let's get ourselves here, and with this dumpy, with the money we have, I could modify it. And probably if I really wanted, or if you really wanted, you could get get a tuning for it so that you could even do an iron run. But I'm gonna do it with just a stock one. We did it yesterday and it went fine. It's kind of just also to show that it is possible to do fully stock run. The game, when you load in, it sets your next bookmark to the quest. One thing about that is that when you know the game and you don't follow the tutorial, it would kind of trigger those quests off if you do them otherwise, even if you don't do them in order. But we're gonna teleport to the Gwangjin goal, where I before flew in with a drone and I bought the contract for fast travel so that I'm able to come here now. And now we're gonna get our dumpy that I bought, and we're gonna get the highest paying job from here, which will very likely be the one to Dasa Harbor. And for this drive down, I want to change into drift mode, and I prefer to go with auto shift off. Let's see. So we are at 162% now. If you waited for the goal to generate all the way to 200, basically do this later, you would have 200% payment and get even more levels, but this will do. And the easiest way to get the Draco levels at this stage is to do the garbage run, and that gets you most likely to level 49, with only one level to go to 50, which unlocks almost everything already, because that unlocks the Golema truck. But with that, we're gonna do a run, and instead of doing this long way, the easiest way to do this, I'm gonna do like a time-saving thing. All you need to do is just drive this down as it is routed, and when you get here, you will just autopilot this long way, and that's fine, because we are not really after the driver experience. But what I will do is I will take a shortcut down in here. So we will take this muddy shortcut down around here, and we'll continue from there over the mountain and kind of drive roughly to the viable positions here, and then drive the rest of the way from there. It's still a long way, and probably now that I think about it, I did that yesterday in my first practice session. Since we are not doing kind of a beeline shortcut from here, which I don't know is it possible anymore, what we could actually do is take a different shortcut and go here. It's probably going to save, it's going to get us further south and then shorter drive. So you know what, I take that back. Let's take down that muddy shortcut, and then we're probably going to drive over here and get to Ara. I have not done that, but I think that's even shorter. But let's worry about that when we get down the mountain. With stock dumpy, it's not gonna be super easy, and for some of these places we need quite a lot of momentum. So let's keep the gear at 3, aim on the left hand side here. Okay, that was actually way easier than I expected. Overshot it so badly that let's take that again. I thought I need to go more to the left to actually make it, but yeah, for some of these parts you need quite a lot of momentum with the stock dumpy, because we don't have like the power to grind up the hills. So nothing happened. We did not try that already. We're gonna get up some speed and go over this hill on first try. go. Into the water, and this next hill is surprisingly among the hardest ones on this route. Of course we have the muddy hill coming ahead, but the momentum for this one needs to be quite big. So I'm gonna go with third gear on the bridge and hope we get some speed. Come on. Yeah, the third gear on the stock seems to be pretty good. Gets us to 45. Needs to be careful with the bumps a little bit, and we got there. Okay, good. I'm gonna put the jake brake on to control the speed as we go down. And let me actually go on. Whoa, not there. This view. And here I'm gonna put in the fifth gear, I think. And just get up speed, aim on the left side there. Change to third gear. Keep the acceleration on. Turn to the right. And aim on the right side of this one, and that went well. Yesterday I came out with so much speed on my first practice session with of this perfect start that I overshot it and turned the dumpy to the side. So if you get through those, you are kind of already through all the hard parts. And it's just a matter of patience because we are not in an urgent timer or anything like that. The stock dumpy jumps all over the place because we didn't modify the suspension in any way. But it's a powerful little thing. This one might need a little bit of power. So let's put it on the third gear again. And we're gonna aim on that yellow lighting device on top. Until we get around here. And then we're gonna turn it to the side and we hit it a little bit. So we need to be careful not to fall down here. See if we can turn it around. And there's a little bit of trick that you might need to learn for off-roading if you are new to the game of doing off-roading for the first time. That you use the handbrake, accelerate a little and then release the handbrake. And that gives you kind of a little bit of a bump forward. This might be a little slow. So bump it there. Nope, it's all good. About 40 is all, like 37, 40 is what you need for some of these hills. Be very careful with these turns going from the inside because there are some nasty slopes angled to the left and right, especially with untuned dumpy like this one. It's very easy to turn it to its side. Here we want to brake a bit because we might hit that tree. Just a moment, gonna take a drink. With the stock. If you are about to fall, let go of the acceleration. And don't counter steer too much. And the first gear on this hill is enough to grip it. We didn't need momentum, that's good. Very, very good. Almost drove into that rock on the inner side. I have the jake brake on, so it helps to control the descents. And I'm also using the brake quite actively there. And just going slowly through these curves because we don't want to waste time on the roadside service. Well, not waste money on the roadside service. Here don't hit that mud. And then from here you can pass the right hand side. Even that with this setup it's pretty easy to drive, but you can just go straight from here. Just be careful as you pick up quite a lot of speed, and then that can happen. Almost hit the tree as well. Could have lost my engine there. Or radiator. Let's see if we have enough momentum actually to come over this one now. Okay, there's quite a nasty bump there. Better aim a little bit more to the left, I think. And again, just very careful in the corners. A little bit of bump there in the bridge. Luckily it didn't throw us too much. And then you lose a little bit of steering control in these muddy parts, so it's kind of you're kind of aiming for the bridge already before, and then as soon as you reach it, kind of quickly use the grip to do something. Here, brake. Don't like lock brake, but brake. Because you might overshoot this. Not so much with this dumpy and this load, but later on if you come here and do this with Atlas. Atlas dump for 17 tons on you. That is a place where you can easily overshoot. Okay, here is the crossroads. So the easy option is to just go north, drive this. There's not too much difficulty there, and then take autopilot from there. But we're gonna do the more adventurous parts and go through the muddy shortcut. Oh, it would be interesting if there were like cargo physics in a way that liquid would go, liquid would move in the vehicle, make things very, very difficult at times, I'm sure. The game has pretty good physics and everything, but luckily not quite to that level. Okay, this hairpin here, that is quite a challenge to some vehicles. At least yesterday for Dumpy it was not bad, but I was overconfident. I think we're gonna go. It's quite a nasty angle there. We're gonna take it slower. I was rushing it because with some vehicles that corner is quite nasty. Dumpy managed it like a boss. Brakey. All in all, in the off-roading, when doing heavy load down, I felt like I would have tilted to the right-hand side if I pushed to the corner there, because there was quite a nasty angle there. In general, in off-roading, there are very few places where you actually need to put like momentum. And when you have a tuned vehicle in here, apart from the muddy shortcuts, thinking, do we have a screenshot possibility here? I think we do. Just a moment. And boom. angle. What you can also do is if you jump into the passenger seat, you can control the drone. And with drone, you can control the camera a little bit better if you want nice screenshots. Then it's also gonna look a little bit silly with your guy in the other seats. Okay, this one is a little bit tricky. Actually can be very tricky. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna take it carefully until we hit that bridge. And there's a kind of, you need to be careful on the inner corner on the after the tree. And then once we hit the bridge, then we're gonna accelerate with everything we got. Actually, we're gonna accelerate as soon as we line up correctly. And that should be okay. In here we aim to the right hand side and we barely make it. Ooh, that was a little bit close. It's a little bit close. Oh, I was clenching my butt cheeks there. No lie. Because if you don't make that, this is where you might fail this, because you can't get the respawn up the back anymore. You're gonna get stuck there between the two muddy hills on the bridge. And then that's probably the most kind of where you can't reset if it fails. While to the other direction, just autopiloting from there, that is kind of the safe way. So this is strictly to now save time and also kind of show and, well, now show, yesterday was testing for me, show that this is very much doable with just stock dumpy. With coal, because coal is light. Oh, that's a nasty corner. Wow, even that slow, I nearly fell. The rain is taking all the traction off though. Okay, I might need to wait this out. Maybe I should have just turned that off. Yeah, we have none. This is a place where we should be able to pull it up. Come on, rain. Could back a little, but even then I'm gonna need to... There's a little bit of slope there that I got past. And this inner... It doesn't even look that much there at the edge of the grass. That little bump and then like lined up there to the right tire. That little bit of like a V-shape bump. Very, very, very cleverly designed, these off-road roads. I love them. Little bit of challenge. Okay. Now we should have the grip after the rain. Ah, do we? Okay, not from this position. Okay. But I've been able to do that little correction and then come up even with the rain. Again, if we had used some of that 150,000 to tune this for the off-road, this would have been even more of a breeze. very nasty angles here, so I'm kind of taking it very slow to save the roadside service money. And then we're gonna get to the same muddy shortcut we took with Liliput. So a little bit of a hill here that might cause us some issues. Let's see. Quite a difference what just a little bit of a more steep angle on the hill does. Talking about those couple of hills in the very beginning of the route close to the mine. So this is the same route we took with the Liliput bus. With Dumpy. We're basically kind of using our momentum and mass to get through these muddy parts and then just slide the rest. No real need to go off-roading off the muddy parts like we did in a couple of places with the Liliputs. This one was a little tricky, but it's kind of basically the muddy part kind of throws you to the right direction, and then you just need to let it slide. It kind of comes down from there with mass because we're going downhill. And then this next part we need a little bit of momentum, but then should get through it. And with all these parts we have a good reset, so that muddy hill into bridge into muddy hill is really the point of failure in this run. Okay, I changed gear a little bit too soon, but we are on the tiniest little bit of slope here, so holding the acceleration there on again. We're basically coming through with a little bit of momentum. And then this next part, there's a little bit of a hill, but again, let's use that third gear. Could even go to fourth here. Yeah, we're coming over with 60 here, so we're gonna just blast through this. This is where we got stuck with the Liliput, but well, didn't need to grind the end there. Okay, after this, we're just gonna go to auto shift mode, and so one shortcut option is to basically head over those mountains. Kind of not beeline towards the targets. It's a little bit rough terrain, but go over those mountains, and then as I showed in yesterday's session, kind of basically from somewhere in here, you'll kind of see it. Stay away from this area until the end, because this color is a little bit rougher terrain, like rocks and stuff. So you can get through here and then hit the road around this viable plot and then finish the way. But today we're gonna do shortcut from somewhere in here. I have not done this. We're either gonna go from that side or this side. Let's see if this side works. It's probably the shortest path to Dasa, but as said, I have not done this myself, so let's see how this goes. It's gonna get bumpy because there's a lot of bumps in here and a lot of rocks on the way here, and also if you see directly in front that little concrete thing buried in the sand, that is nasty. That is nastily placed there because you're kind of focused on possibly focused on your waypoints or kind of getting into this grass and then you drive directly into that one. You probably guess why I know. At the roundabout, make U-turn. Make a U-turn. GPS disconnected. I think the biggest danger coming this way is that you need to pick up a little bit of speed, but then you don't want so much speed that you take too big of a jumps from these little bumpy things here. And for me personally, like this angle is better. Those kind of the grass moving in the wind, which look to me a little bit like shadows. They're kind of messing a little bit with my view, and it's hard to see a little bit like the actual elevation changes. So coming through this part might actually be easier, even easier from here. Now in this part, I still don't know is that a glitch or feature, but basically the view through the grass that looks like this. That's a weird square shape. So we basically don't see through the grass. And then I've had some rocks attack me fearlessly from the... It's... Actually, I should just head towards that one. Oh, fuck. Oh, too fast of a decision. I looked at that one, that's downhill. Ah, now we need to do that again because it throws us back. Oh, good old roadside service trick. Planned. Okay, so do that. Just drive until here, and then teleport to the road. Accidental genius. So now we have 18 kilometers. It's probably gonna be like some 30, 38, 35 from the other side. But here we can just autopilot this, or drive ourselves to get a little bit of driving levels while at it. So depending on whether you need a new drink, get something to eat, or something you or you want to keep the truck upright, you use the autopilot. Or drive yourself for full experience. But this one is still a little bit long drive. But again, this will get us... Let me see, where am I now? I'm at driver level 18. This long drive, even if you do it with autopilot, it will get you over the driver level 20, which is one of the things that we kind of can't speedrun, apart from driving faster, so that we get kilometers faster. Okay, there's police in front. Those cars are sometimes a little bit aggressive. Also a little bit of FPS drop here. These guys sometimes, like, when they are chasing you, they accelerate and just slam into you. But yeah, we're gonna get that driver level 20 by doing this sort of long drive here. And then with the driver level 20, that unlocks a couple of more things. So the easier option of doing the garbage truck, then a little bit other driving after that will get you same result, but this one will get more money overall and more levels. But since we can autopilot from here, this is where we could kind of already say that we are done. Obviously, we're gonna follow through and get the levels, and then as a bonus section, we're gonna do the little money maker that is possible with a little bit less as well, but because the things needed for the high octane milk strategy require trucking level 30 at minimum, and then trucking level 50 makes it little bit sorry about that, ladder. Makes it a little bit easier, and we're gonna hit that. So this kind of all ties in together. So the marker shows almost to the opposite direction as we are through here, as it is there. But this sandy terrain, like this, looking at the map, actually this part not yet, but the sandy part here, that is something that you can drive through without a very specialized vehicle. It will slow you down or stop you if you go through there. So we have to go through road as we selected to come here. But already that off-roading shortcut that we did, that cut it quite a lot of time. And for the trucking level 10, as we did that already several hours ago, just loading 9 garbage bags into any car, like a pickup, and then driving to the power plant and manually dropping the bags in. Each of the bags will be 2,000, and 9 bags will level you up 9 times from 1 to 10, and that's why the top left trucker level 10 shows kind of exactly 10, because we leveled up with 18,000 from the 9 garbage bags, exactly to level 10. There's already the driver level 19, and we're gonna hit the 20 before we get there. And probably with that off-roading, there are a couple of parts here, but probably driving this one is where it's easier to fall to the side. So taking it a little bit carefully in these corners, I kind of trying to steer smoothly. I really like how this desert looks nowadays. With there's more detail in the vegetation. I think maybe even more vegetation in the. Even as we are in the sandy deserts, and even this place looks very nice, and then the sun, the lighting effects here come to play. So even there's not much. I think it has its own atmosphere. It's great in a game like this that you have the green jungle mountain that we came down from, and then now we are in a desert, coming through some forest in between. Changing there for lower gear as the car was slowing down a little bit on the 6th gear. But I'm driving with the comfort mode because that kind of saves the radiator or coolant cooling a little bit, and then also saves fuel. Even that we are not in danger of running out of fuel here, but we have no fueling possibilities here. We drove past the last one, so we would have to pay for the roadside service to get fuel if we run out here. I guess it's always good practice to go with comfort mode, unless you are in a need for something else. This sort of a smooth curve. Even on 90 can come quite nicely around it. Very nice. Yeah, so we have 4 kilometers directly, but still on the road we have 7 kilometers as the GPS is showing. Oof. Nice sunset. Well, here the desert looks like a very sandy desert. All the vegetation gone, almost. We are coming to the San Ho oil refinery. Then we're kind of coming to the Dasa Harbor from the other side. In Dasa Harbor we already were when we took the vehicle delivery. This one is really nice, like a remote place, but really nicely detailed with all the oil refinery stuff in there. Just in time to see the sun setting behind the ocean. I was just watching the sunset colors there. Like that was once again little beautiful moment in this game. 2.5 kilometers to go. 2.4 now, almost there. As far as the getting started or power starts and getting all the job levels up high, including the generic driver level to 20, which we just hit. What a timing. We're about to be finished. And I think the total time might be under 5 hours, maybe. We'll see. A little bit slippery here as it started raining. It's kind of funny as we are in the deepest of the deserts. But then after this I will go through the money-making strategy as a bonus. One of them. There are many ways, but we'll do one. In Dasa Harbor, there are no contracts. Otherwise, now that we have the company and we do deliveries, should always check if we can take a contract for the job we have. But instead we're gonna just drive here and dump our coal in. And because of the 5 times multiplier, we're gonna jump from level 10 in trucking into 65-ish. $66. So 113,000, and every 2,000 is a level because we got the 5x multiplier because we were below level 11 when we started. So that concludes the leveling part of this power start that I practiced yesterday, and a little bit of practice still today. But I think that went rather well. So we are driver level 20, and then taxi, bus, truck over 65, and with wrecker on level 31. And that enables nearly all the vehicles in the game. You still can't drive some of the things like the Brutus ambulance, which requires driver level 100, or the Longhorns, or the Colima rotator, and things like this that require the driver level. That's just gonna come over time. But everything else, you're really close in driving. More or less everything, almost everything that requires the job levels, you are now ready to do. With a couple of more levels and you can do the Atlas garbage. Atlas dump is still a little bit ways away, as we are 66 out of 100. But for example, and this is what I will use in the bonus section, you can... What am I looking at? Semi-tractor. With 50, we can drive every semi-tractor apart from the Atlas Semi and the Longhorn. But for example, we can use the Golema. And let's do the final timestamp for getting this part done. I yesterday estimated this could be done in 4 or 4.5 hours. It took me 5. There was a little bit of waiting, but that is pretty good. from 0 to this. But as said, we are not done. So onwards to the bonus. Now we're gonna do the contract money strategy that many who are familiar with the game already know and do. But yesterday this was very cleverly coined as the high octane milk, because we're gonna go and rent ourselves a Colima and we're gonna drive that to the Dasa Harbor and we're gonna get a couple of trailers from here and then we're gonna deliver fuel to the Noxan fuel storage, get 2 times contract money. We could even do free, but I think the stock Colima will struggle with that a bit. And then from there, we're gonna take the fuel to the free water factory and the ranch. And then when we have emptied the fuel, we put in milk. Totally clean, not contaminated by the fuel. And we're gonna take that fuel to the cheese factory and get contracts all the way through that. And little bit of setup here as we need to go and get ourselves that Colima. Initial investment for this one is a little bit of money for the rent, and then we need about 11,500 to get the first contract. So this can be done as long as you have trucking level 50, or I would say the trucking level 30 is the absolute minimum, because you need that for the tankers we are gonna borrow. But with all this setup, we can make easy 300,000 in 30 minutes or less. To put that, and that's something that we could not like back to back, but it's very easily repeatable. So the start that I showed here, getting those levels gets you to drive almost everything, and then with a little bit of money, if and when you would want to buy a vehicle, we already have 250,000, but with little strategy on the fuel contracts and milk, or high octane milk as we call it, you can easily make quite a lot of money and get whatever vehicle you like. Is this like selling 5 or 6 meal stacks in Dwarf Fortress for everything offered for trade? Well, not quite as powerful, but kinda. Kinda, yes. But I'm showing this here as part of this getting started guide, just in case some who's actually new to the game would be watching this, because the contracts are something that the game does not tell you about, in a way. And they are, especially in the beginning, the easiest way to make like a lot of money. Relatively. The game does tell you in the tutorial that you can start a company, but not more than that. Okay, so with driver level 50, we can get this Colima, but we're not gonna invest 300,000 on it. Instead, we are just gonna rent it. And we are taking this one because it has 400 and... Oh, I almost tried to buy it. Luckily I didn't have 300,000. Oops, misclick purchase. Instead we rent this and pay 900 per 10 minutes. and keep all the profits. And then we're gonna drive right here to get ourselves some... Sorry. Busy making money. Gonna get ourselves some trailers and fill it with fuel from the Dasa Harbor. And then move that fuel around. Effectively transforming the fuel into milk. I don't know how that happens, but that's kind of what we are doing. Actually, the fuel is boosting the production in the ranch, for example, but I like to pretend that we are bringing in fuel that then transforms into milk and we take it to the cheese factory. It's okay, mine's a rental, yeah. But another lesson here that I already said at the very beginning. That when you want to make money, never take the company share cars. Always take the rental, because you keep all the money. So same as with the Dory Wrecker. Here with the Colima. Well, I don't think this is borrowable from anywhere, but there are some trucks that you could borrow. With the company share and then pay like 30 or 40% of the profits to the company owner. So we're gonna get this one to the Dasa Harbor, and this little drive is what we need to do when we are renting it. So there's this little bit of a setup, but then once we get there, then it's gonna be about 30 minutes as we do a little bit of a loop to get about 300,000. Doing it a little bit slower, we could get even more, do it with 3 trailers. But I don't want to today test it. Cough attack. I've been attacked by rocks many times, but now we got attacked by a cough. Almost at the harbor. That was probably all the coasts we have been driving over, tickling me from the inside and making me cough. Now that we are here in the harbor, from these blue markers, or if there's already a trailer, you can just get them, and there are vehicles. Oh, is there actually a Colima here that you can borrow? Ooh, what's the company share? Because we are actually making the money from contracts, now that I think about it. Do I need to change this strategy? Company share is probably awful. 60%. Ooh. But company does not take the contract profits. I think that might be even better. Still need to drive here, because but if you take like the fast travel from there for repeats, that's pretty easy. I didn't remember that there's a Colima here. The Colima is stock-wise the best because it has a 440 horsepower engine. None of the stock ones have the 540. But here from the trailer spawner, we're gonna look for the taper, lead and rear. And these require 30 trucking, which we can now do. So we're gonna take one of those. So these are the kind that you can kind of attach another trailer behind it when you take the lead. And then the rear is in the back. So you can chain 3 of these together for 3 times the contracts, but for simplicity I'm only gonna do 2. It's also better for the 440 horsepower engine, but then as soon as you have the 540 horsepower engine in your truck, because with just doing this run once here, you could buy yourself the Colima and do whatever delivery you want, because you can always borrow the trailers. So as the, not necessarily the final tip, but as one of the last tips here, buying yourself a semi-truck is probably the best investment you can do if you want to buy, when you want to buy a vehicle at this with these levels that we have now gained, because you can always borrow the trailers. You don't need to buy them, and basically you can deliver whatever with the semi. Okay, but now we have 2 tankers behind us, and with the rented Colima, the rent ticking there in the top right, we are starting this at 1756. Let's see if I can keep my promise of making 300,000 in 30 minutes. So we're gonna look for the Noxon fuel storage from here, and I'm only gonna get 40, even that we could take 42. The back trailer can hold 22, but we're gonna take that one, and that's gonna be 2 times 20 ton contracts. And each contract with fuel, we're gonna pay or buy the contract for about 11,500 and then make 57,000 from it. So about 46,000-ish profit. The deliveries themselves here are not gonna cost much. So as I said, for this particular thing, even that borrowed Colima is actually not bad. And you can drive this now because we did power level strategy, jumping us to the level we are on. And this drive up here is kind of a little bit of the slower parts, and if we would take the 3rd trailer, this would go really slowly, so we don't have that extra power of the 100 horsepower more powerful engine. But with as it is like this, we get there just nicely. We don't have like too much excess power here. I could change into a smaller gear and probably go up this a little bit faster. But very nicely holding on that 4th gear. I think if one would buy Colima and would like to do more heavier hauls. The final gear drive is probably what you would want to change to be able to pull these a little bit better. Be careful with that engine overheating there, and this hill here is probably even more steep. And watch a little bit on the heat and ease on the acceleration if we are looking to overheat. Easing down a little bit. Okay, we just got over. Okay, that's good. Just got over before the engine started cooking. I'm gonna drive here a bit now that we're going downhill. I'm gonna try with the comfort mode to cool down the engine. That is one option. I like to bring this to the nearest place, Ranch Orange Farm. Cement factory, lumber mill, cabbage farm, put 5 into each tank. Yes, because the smallest contracts you do, the more money you get. But not sure overall, kind of time-wise, because you do need to move around and then kind of chuckle around those places. So I like the efficiency of this 20 contracting. But yes, you can split the fuel, that you can take like 10 and 10 and then deliver to different places, get contracts. And we are actually gonna take from here 20 and 20, because the ranch can only take 20 where we are going to get the milk from. If the ranch would accept 40, we could just take 40 to the ranch, get the contracts from there, and then take the milk. But with the semi-trailer, you'll deliver kind of a trailer by trailer, so we can drive into the delivery with the truck, as long as the trailer is not connecting it, so that's showing that. And then you can jump into the pickup delivery, go to the contracts, and take the fuel. And we're gonna pay, as said, 11,667, and then we're gonna get paid 58,000 and then some, and get bonus for their delivery. But as said, in this one, the delivery is just tiny little fractions of the actual money that we are making. So we are starting at 245,000. Let's get another one. And get the other trailer in the green parts. So that's first 100,000. And then we're gonna find the ranch and load 20. And then ideally we would find the water factory. It's gonna take a little while for the fuel to process there, so let's see if that changes into 20 there. Because there was no job for the water factory. Let's see if that resets. There we go. So we're gonna load 20 to the back trailer to the free water. And I think I will try from the same thing I did last time. We are gonna drive through overload cargo spots and get fined for 3,000 because we have overload, but I think that acceleration uphill there, or non-acceleration, that away is gonna take us time, so I'm basically paying that overload fine, 3000 for efficiency here. Yes, that is actually a good point. In my main character and kind of longer term save, I have kind of production going at the cheese factory for food. So the cheese factory is full and you can't deliver the milk. So it's usually more of just doing this fuel to this NOx and fuel storage and then deliver it elsewhere, and that's it. And sometimes you of course deliver it somewhere where you actually need it for the boost. But indeed, in the beginning, you actually kind of kickstart the cheese making a little bit so that you can deliver that then with the company NPCs. And that's one thing I didn't do today. Yesterday I put, in the first iteration of this, I put bus that we bought to work on Ara. But now with those bus levels we could buy like the Air City bus and set up some company routes to start working on the town bonuses and especially activate the town of Ara. And we could even just put the Liliput there if we... It's kind of basically better to use those company slots than not use them for anything. Okay, there's the overload checkpoint, and since our overall total weight is too heavy, we pay 3000 for that one. This Colima truck has one of the nicer cockpit views. As, when you purchase it, you can actually customize the color, that reddish color there, or brownish red, I don't know. Has a lot of detail, and in the cockpit views you can move your kind of seat position front and back and up and down, so you can move it a little bit so that you could see that mirror on the side. But it's pretty easy to set up head tracking for this game. And I have been playing with my wheel. I used open track with webcam. Works very nice so that you can then turn your head a little bit to look to the sides. Okay, I want to try the sand shortcut with the, well, it's not even not necessarily shortcut, but would not us make that one sharp turn. Sure, which one is actually faster? It's probably quite close. Going to just the ranch would be better. I will just stick to the GPS. So we could go up the sandy path there, but let's stick to the pavements. And we have the Kolima's rent ticking there. So there was another 10 minutes. So we are paying 900 per 10 minutes, but when we are making 100,000 per stop, I think that's a pretty decent investment in rent. Quite a drop in the FPS for loading here. Whoa. Still in the 30. Also, we want to go there first. GPS is showing to the ranch. Is this the heaviest place in the game for FPS? Or was this just some sort of glitch? Just went down to 30. Still has not, you see it in the top, still has not gone into 40. Maybe it's the vegetation. I have reasonably new 5070 Ti, but this game is not super optimized. I do have it cranked up all the way to the max, but very strange. I didn't realize this area is actually that FPS heavy. Okay. The free water factory. So there's gonna be another 50,000. So again, we park the truck in there and we take the contract for 20 fuel. And we have the free water factories load in the back trailer. So we're gonna stop that there. And now we only have 20 in the teal colored one in the front, and we're gonna take that to the ranch, and then we're gonna load the 40 ton of milk for the cheese factory. So we are now at 409,000, starting on 250, and we are 15 minutes in to the bonus section. And indeed, the milk is the heaviest liquid in the game, and that's why we need to be careful with our positioning when we go here, especially when we pick the milk up. It's a good lesson from yesterday. And this hill here, if we actually did have 40 behind us, or the stock Colima, this would be a little bit of a grind. And go to the third gear here and hold it. Hold it to have a little bit more power coming up this hill. There's a Kuta. Still better with free. here at the ranch. We are in kind of a little bit of an off-roady section. So I need to be a little bit careful with Colima. But what I like to do here is go to the oval track and then kind of go around, not do a time attack event with the Colima, but kind of come from here and actually stop here before we go get the fuel contracts. And then drive the first trailer over. Kind of go a little bit further, like all the way here. So now we have 460,000 monies. And now before we pick the milk, because like loading, we can just do it as long as one part of our road train is touching. So we go kind of as far as, it's a little bit actually hard to see. We go as high up while the back trailer is still touching the green. And we do this because the milk is heavy. So then we load the milk. And let's get again that 40. We could take 42, but we are more interested in the contracts. So by doing that, we kind of don't get stuck on that little bit there with heavy milk in our totally clean, not fueled milk at all. And then we're gonna get this high octane milk to the cheese factory. And we're gonna end up somewhere in the region of 563,000. In 30 minutes on top of the about 5 hours that we need to get the levels. Luckily with this milk, we are here on kind of even ground. And then for the most part, just coming downhill. So we put the jake brake on and let the gravity do its thing. Excuse me? Is that I didn't mean to do that. But because that was the Tuscan, that was probably some other player from a mirror universe making its way through the rift into my single player world. Not really, that was just an NPC, but let's roleplay. I didn't mean to go full trucker rage on them and tackle them past the fence into the cliffs. Oh man, I was like, who is accelerating there? And this that was a good moment. Okay, I'm gonna take this straight because whoa. Ooh. Okay, I was for a split second worried that that light pole was permanent. Renovating the cities as we go. Hypäskin there's another rent, probably the last of the 900. So together with the drive to Jeju and then this one, you're probably paying like 4 times that rent. But as we start gaining, you kind of you could even go into negative with the rent, like we go in the very beginning of this power starts. But you do need 11,700 for the contracts, and then kind of contracts fund themselves. But there's a little bit of wiggle when we deliver the milk, so this is gonna take a little bit more time. But we are now like 23 minutes in, so this can definitely be done in half an hour, so I'm happy I kept that promise. I'm not exactly sure how long this exactly takes, but 300,000 in less than half an hour at this stage of the game with 5-hour-old characters is a pretty good way to get the money for what you want. And this this particular fuel run here with contracts is very good for older characters as well, with a little bit of change into it as we did import that fuel. So at some point the trade balance might actually start mattering a little bit, but here at the very beginning it's fine. Okay. Cheese factory. So we're gonna go from kind of a circle hugging the edges, but let's get the first contract here for 20 milk. And for this milk delivery, we're actually getting decent money for the delivery itself as well. Going here from the very edge. And then the Colima is not the most agile thing, so a little bit careful here. That's the wall. Basically pushing it here, turning so that we clear the stairs and try to get the first trailer to hit the green part. But this is why we, if you come with 3 trailers, this would be already quite a hassle. So we take the first contract in there, and then just in case the trailer would accidentally hit when I don't plan to, let's go pick up the last 20 ton milk contracts here. And the cheese production was immediately started there. So now we're gonna shuffle this around a bit, and with the front one empty, we could now disconnect the frontal one. Was just showing here how to shuffle through this. As is. So we're gonna take a little bit of angle there, and then we push the trailer a little bit. I'm not super expert on the reverse here. We need a little bit more time on that, I think. Let's push it there. Let's see how it turns from here. Turning after the trailer. It's not gonna be even close. It's horrible reversing. Let's use that as just powering through here and line it up a little bit better. everything like that. And let's see if we do it from here. Straightening it. Again, probably easier if we would disconnect. Disconnect the trailer and go from there. The key there is to wait enough to let tires turn. Oh, still not gonna hit it. Okay, need to do it a little bit sharper. Little bit sharper. Why did I start doing this? I should have done the easy way and not start to show off like I actually know what I do. Because I don't. Since I started, I'm gonna finish. Still gonna hit the 30-hour mark. Okay, what I need to do is turn this one inwards a little bit. Come on, Kolima. Little bit of that. Now we turn behind after it. That's not gonna do it either. Man. Oh. Ugh. Embarrassing. Embarrassingly bad. Reversing here. This truck is so slow to turn because it's so long. I have to finish before the next rent comes up. Eesh, you know what? Screw this. I give up. I suck. Take that off. Yesterday it actually went okay. Today was not my reversing day. Today was not my reversing day. Rockets. Still managed somehow to miss that. Amazing. There we go. Easy. Oh, absolutely horrible showcase. Did I actually almost missed my 30-minute mark for my promise. But yeah, probably easiest to do it like that. But that is 300,000 in 30 minutes on top of the trucker levels. And it's also thanks to the milk delivery, gets the trucker level to 70 from those deliveries as well. So with that, I think that concludes the session here with Uncle Zemalf. And let's check the final stats. Driver level 23, taxi 65, bus 67, trucking 70, wrecker 31, and we didn't touch the race driver or the police officer, and we did all that in 5 hours 42 minutes. And compared to first iteration, we got a better taxi job. We did better job with the wrecker a little bit. And yesterday was a little bit of testing and a lot of waiting for the taxi jobs. So that can take much longer to wait. But on the other hand, if you would be doing this and you don't, in here, I just basically want to do just these things. You could start doing whatever you want to do already and not even do like the taxi. Do it at some point later or with any of these jobs. But today was a little bit better with that RNG. Getting the levels in 5 hours. And then in total, renting the vehicle, going over 30 minutes, but then the run itself for the money, about half an hour. Yes, I think that's it for this, and at least for this version now, I think this is my final take on the power start, and we'll be iterating this as Motortown develops, if more interesting ways to do, but as long as there are no too significant changes into how things work, this should remain a way to get started quickly to the unforeseen future in Motortown. So I hope you enjoyed this. If anyone watched this on some later date on YouTube and you watched all the way to the back of the video, even if you skipped some parts, thank you for watching. And if there are any questions about Motortown, how to get started, or something you would like to see, do leave them in the comments. But we'll, as far as Motortown content goes, I will go back to my main character after this. And I'm still kind of thinking a little bit how I want to do maybe this sort of a more compact series with more of that slow-paced, let's say, role-play approach. But let's see when that happens. For the guide into leveling things, this is it. So thanks for watching. What does this get you? Access to most of the vehicles? Yes. Because we use that 5 times multiplier to jump to these levels, we get to drive most of the vehicles right away, including that Colima that we just rented there in the end with the trucking, just as an example. There are still limitations with that you just need to drive more, get to 100 trucking, or even 200, and those are going to just happen over time. But this is not necessarily the way I would start Motortown as a new player, but it is a way. Yeah, and a couple of those runs there would be 75 trucking, that's true as well. But yeah, thank you for watching. I wish you a wonderful evening, good day, good start, end to the week. And I will see you next time. Take care. Bye-bye.